I when I was making that little, oh, we're live now,
Oh yeah, I said
and we're live.
Yeah,
I didn't even notice we
you
were
said to
live.
go live. I was like, yeah, I'll go live. Excuse me.
Well, welcome Patreon members. Thank you all for being Patreon members. Of course, we're waiting on a guest, so we're gonna go live while we do that. Already we have 5 people in here right off the bat, and
That's crazy. Hi, 5 people.
That's even without the intro we're working on.
Yeah,
Or trying to work on.
yeah, we got some fun little production things coming. Just so everyone knows, I'm sick, but I'm here anyway because I value Star Wars over.
And there's no way Mike is missing talking about these reveals.
No, it's true. It's very true.
See, aren't you glad we waited a week now? Because if we hadn't, if I would have recorded with someone last week.
No, it worked out
it kind of
really
did.
well. Yeah.
You actually got sick. It was actually a good thing for the podcast.
Yeah.
So,
There's Ken. Commander Cook is hanging out. Gamerzone 24 is hanging out. And then Ken Plume is hanging out.
hello, Ken. Long time no see.
Yeah, it has been a long time. How are you two doing?
I'm sick.
Yeah, Mike's under the weather, but got to talk about reveals. So
I got tea to sip so we could talk about all the reveals.
It's tea to sip, tea to spill, tea all
right.
over the place. Regular tea party up in here.
That's right.
I can tell you're happy. I can always tell when you're happy on social media, when you're excited.
I'm stoked. So stoked. Today was a great day. Can't complain.
They gave us so much.
But we'll talk about that on the thing. We're doing a little we got a little Patreon intro. So man, it's been a while since we've had you on. Last episode we had you on was the last episode we had you on.
Yeah. I think that episode recently celebrated a year's anniversary, right?
It did. So public, so
probably
everyone could see it. Yeah.
So way to go, Ken. You're actually the first guest who's covering up my new little socials ad down here at the bottom left of the screen. So
I'm part of the testing process for
maybe I need to.
What you should do is take a screenshot of this and reorganize it so we have one with a guest and one for just the two of us.
True. I think we have a preset one we used a couple times for 3.
We did.
No, we definitely have one for 4 also. From the first Out of the Basement show. I'll do some digging. I'll see what I can come up with. But we're sticking with this one for this episode.
Sure, yeah, because it's too late now. Wilbon, no, I'm not really feeling better. I have bronchitis, and the antibiotics that the doctor gave me a week ago didn't do shit. Didn't do anything.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So I went back today and got different antibiotics. So we'll see how that works. But I'm not like dying anymore. I was dying for a little bit. Like I felt like it. Now I don't know if I've just acclimated to feeling like crap and it's just normal. It's my normal life now. That's how I operate.
If you can be in a good mood this sick, just wait until you're not sick. You'll be over the moon.
For sure.
Yeah, you'll be excited about today's reveals.
Exactly. It's like when Goku takes off his weighted clothes and I'm just like, yeah.
You're not training in 100 times gravity anymore.
That's right. No. Oh man. So what have you been up to, Ken Plume? Is that a new mic, or is that a?
No, same mic. It might be more in frame.
That's probably what it is. Yeah.
Then it changes all the time. It's constantly evolving, like ourselves. What have I been up to? Working on projects, rolling out archives of interviews I did dozen years ago or more, making those available to folks. So working on a Patrick Warburton interview from 20 years ago about his entire career.
Warburton, the interview with Patrick Warburton. The interview specifically with Patrick Warburton. The interview for Patrick Warburton.
Yeah, I interviewed Patrick Warburton. We talked about things. Yeah.
Poison specifically to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison.
Yeah. We talk about Emperor's New Groove, which was rather fresh to discuss at the time, and how much he pissed off Sting. We talk about all that.
That is my favorite Disney movie, and part of it is because I genuinely like it, but part of it is because in the 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, there was a picture, and I don't know when it appeared, but it appeared on my computer science teacher's wall. And like this is 2000, so our computer lab was like a bunch of IBM computers, and someone installed Quake on them, and we'd all go in for lunch and play Quake, and it was
Have a LAN party.
Anyway, yeah, we had like a built-in LAN party, but on his wall he had a scrawled picture of an old lady, and there were like 4 letters under it, and none of us ever understood it, and he wouldn't talk about it. And it wasn't until that movie came out that I realized that was Yzma. The 4 letters were YZMA. He had a friend who was a Disney animator who drew that picture for him. So like in the year 99, 2000, something like that, we had a picture of her on the wall.
Before it was released.
Before it was released, yeah.
Yeah, because that was what, 2000?
Yeah, I think it was 2001. It was 2000.
So he didn't talk about it because he couldn't talk about it.
Because he couldn't talk about it, yeah.
Got it.
But it was a picture one of his friends drew for him as a gift or whatever, and like none of us like knew why there was this weird old scraggly skinny lady on his wall. And it wasn't until like we saw the movie and one of my friends put it together like that was the chick from the computer class. And I was like, oh,
I'm assuming he has since retired.
Probably. I haven't even looked him up. I don't think I've seen him since high school. I think his name like let's look it up real quick. San Marcos High School. I don't remember his first name, but his last name was Ehrenfeld. Well, I always hate doing this because like it's
Chip,
like
probably Chip Ehrenfeld.
Chip Ehrenfeld. It's always like Chip Ehrenfeld died back in 2012 or whatever, and you're like, shit.
He died at the beginning of 2000 before the release of Emperor's New Groove. He was never able to reveal.
Oh, here we go. He
a custodian threw it out
here in 2007. So
still going strong at that point.
That's good. Yeah.
I'm trying to upload the slides for today's episode, and it's not letting me. Mike, I might have to send it to you, and you might have to do it.
Okay.
So can you go to when you go to present and then slides and then your computer, it's not giving me the option it pops up normally. Is it giving it to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and send you the PDF because it's not letting me. I can add ones that we've done before, like last episodes, but I can't add a new one, and I've deleted a couple of them, so it's. I don't know what's going on. All right, I'm gonna email it to you real quick.
Yeah, man. I got it. I mean, I don't have it now, but I'll do it.
He's got this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe in you, Mike.
This is what the Patreon intro is for.
This is what the Patreon intro is for.
This is quality content.
This is quality content.
This is the warm-up period.
I got sick from going to TFCon, and now I'm like, should I go to WonderCon next week?
Is that post that when it came down?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, there's the only thing I did.
I know why I haven't started doing conventions again.
Yeah.
Every time I think about it, I found out friends who got sick.
It wasn't COVID. I've been tested. I tested myself twice, and I've been tested twice going to the urgent care twice. It's not COVID.
But you've had COVID in the past, right?
I've had COVID in the past.
Yeah.
It was just like a cold or whatever that turned into bronchitis. My body was just like, yeah, I like this.
You've also had decidedly weird seasons happening.
That's true. No, it's
in
true.
SoCal.
Yeah.
I mean, and also incredibly wet considering what it usually is. So it's
very true. It's been a lot wetter.
Moisture in the air and
here. Yeah. Another thing that we did though, and this is probably a bigger
spit into each other's mouths.
We kind of did. No, no, it's because we did karaoke, which is basically.
Oh, so yes, you did.
No, it's exactly. You're holding a microphone to your mouth that someone else did 2 seconds ago,
and you're a close micer.
Yeah, of course. That's how you sing soulfully.
Mike, that's Mike technique.
How else do you sing Radiohead if not with the microphone directly on?
You have to. It's the audience is the mic. You have to get close and intimate so they feel the emotion
exactly
that you're trying to convey through the music that you're performing. I get it. I understand.
Yeah. No, you.
There's no half measures with you.
No. If people come for a Mike Case performance, they're gonna get a Mike Case performance,
and probably bronchitis.
And bronchitis, yeah. But you know what? Like, Tall Zach was with me. Same thing. He got a little sick, but not this sick. But my wife got pretty much exactly as sick as. In fact, she got a little sicker because she got pink eye.
Oh,
I didn't have pink eye.
Oh, jeez. Has she made it through the other side though, and yours is lingering, or is she still?
No, she's worse than I am. I don't know what's going on with her.
I'm sorry to hear that too.
Me too, man. I mean,
y'all have it rough over there.
We are having it rough over here. But you know what? I'm still going to talk about Star Wars toys.
You kind of have to. It's the only refuge you can take at this point.
It's true. What else do I have?
Oh, that just got sad.
That's kind of all we have, right?
I just made it sad. But now I kind of want to go to WonderCon so I can like air my grievances to Hasbro because they're going to be there.
It'd be a super spreader with your still lingering bronchitis.
You deserve it. Bronchitis is a bacterial, like it's not. I don't think it's that contagious. I don't even think it's contagious at all.
You want to be that guy?
Well, let's try it. Let's try.
I don't think it's that contagious at all. I thought it was better to come here and see you guys.
Science. No, if I do go, I'm 100% wearing a mask though. Not for me, for other people.
What is actually happening? Is there anything big happening at WonderCon? I haven't heard. They're doing a D23, so you're not going to get a big announcements out of there or San Diego on the Disney or Star Wars side.
Mike is
what is the toy market like? I've never I've done San Diego obviously dozens of times, but not.
It's like
San Diego Light,
basically San Diego Light. Yeah. So it's everything that's there, but just slightly less. I mean, last year,
and it's Anaheim.
It's Anaheim. It's right next to Disneyland. It's like at the convention center, which is the Toy Story parking lot is where you park.
Yeah, it's a shuttle over.
Yeah. But I mean, I know Hasbro's going to be there. There were a couple other people that were going to be there. I was like, maybe I'll go just to like.
Are we gonna get the reveal of Shin Cloak?
Don't get me started. Don't.
Is that why you're going?
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
You just want to go to WonderCon to air your grievances now.
I want to air my grievances in person. That's what I want to do.
Your grievances and your bronchitis. You want to air them both to Hasbro.
I want to air all kinds of things. You know what I am? I'm a truther for now. Is this fucking? I'm tired of seeing the kitty litter robot. Is that just me that's getting 1,000 ads for those, or is that everyone? Is it because they know I have?
You have cats, yeah. I don't.
Yeah, it's probably you.
Yeah,
I haven't.
So I fell for it, and I was like, fine, I'll get a litter robot thing. And I wish there's a checkbox, like saying I bought it. Stop showing me ads for it. Like I don't need ads anymore.
Are you watching all the testimonials for it on TikTok too?
But you know what? It took like a week, but my cats use it, and it's the best $700 I've ever spent on my cat stuff.
If only you could get them to use that spin mop that you bought too.
Right? But man, like I haven't scooped litter in a week, and it's great. That was like
why haven't you recorded this TikTok testimonial yet? Why haven't you?
Being sick, like, because I love my wife, but she will not scoop. I always scoop. She won't scoop. She just won't do it. So I'd get up in the morning. That was part of my morning routine: feed the cats, scoop the litter. Because if I didn't do it every day, my cats would start peeing and pooping everywhere else. So I had to do it daily, and now I don't have to, and it's awesome. Anyway, Wilbon, thanks for the pointers for getting my cats to do it. Put a little bit of their poops in the new one. Worked like a charm. They both picked it up.
I can assume that you're not going to see Steve Evans at WonderCon, considering he seems to be deathly ill as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be there. I think the only one from the Star Wars team is going to be Priya, according to the live stream. And I think only...
Yeah, they're not sending out the full team to WonderCon.
No,
That's not an expense that they're going to take.
No. And I think only one of the Marvel guys is going to be there. I don't know if it's Mark or... not Mark. I don't think it's Ryan.
Which one gives the best side eye? It's Ryan, right? Ryan is really good at the...
I don't think it's Ryan, but I don't remember which one who is going to be there.
Anyone from the Joe team?
I don't know. Emily said they were going to be there, but
that's why you really want to go. That's what you're really excited
if
about.
Emily's going to be there, it'd be cool to be like, "Hi, Emily." But
well, it'd be more like, "Huh."
That's true. That's absolutely true. And I'll be like, "Hey, remember me? I look like this."
You need to get an Optimus colored mask, like his face mask.
When we went to TFCon last year, I bought Transformers masks. No, the year before. It was one of the first year they had it back after the pandemic. I bought Zach and I, not this Zach, my other Zach.
Yeah.
I bought us Transformers masks. So I had an Optimus. He had I think like a Soundwave. And
it was just the coloration of the mask. It wasn't like
it looked like
a
print.
It wasn't that 1970s Halloween costume that had a little picture of Optimus in the middle of it, right?
It was like a print of what the lower half of their face looks like. There we go. Zach, we've killed enough time. Zach has sent over the slideshow.
I can't attach anything in Google Chrome for some reason right now. So I got to.
So it's Google Chrome's fault. Did you update it?
I guess not. I guess I need to. I had to log into Safari real quick and then do it that way.
I'm so disappointed in you.
I know. So I guess I got to update that after the pod, but
all right,
we shall see.
Slides, your computer.
Is my audio quality fine? If you want?
Yeah, your audio quality is great.
Sounds perfect.
Perfect.
Okay. It's not adding it. Like I can see it. I click on your computer. And
what the heck? It's a PDF.
It's not even giving me an option like to add it.
Is it in the process of uploading it?
When you click your computer, does it do anything?
No.
See, I wonder if it's a Mac thing going on right now.
Well, give it to me. I'll add it.
maybe I can log in through StreamYard or from Safari.
Here's what I'll do. We could just do it. Oh, we just do it this way.
I guess we could share. Maybe I can just share my screen.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do.
Okay.
Just open up the file and share your screen and just do it that way.
That's so
Life
lame,
will find a way.
That's from Jurassic Park 3, right?
Is it? I don't think so. I think it's from Jurassic World. That was one of Chris Pratt's famous lines from that movie.
I thought it was, did the check clear?
It's a me, Dinosaur Mario.
Hello. I hate the Mondays.
Yes, the classic Mario line. Oh no, I hate the Mondays.
Get me lasagna. He's so versatile.
Oh man, Chris Pratt, like, is like a Swiss Army man. He could be anyone.
Yeah,
like Gary Old Who. It's all about Chris Pratt.
Yeah, why are you going to get someone like a Frank Welker when you can get
a
Chris Pratt?
Chris Pratt. Hey, we need someone with an iconic voice that can make their voice malleable and be anything we need it to be. I got just the guy. He was on Everwood back in the early thousands.
As I look behind you to see if the DVD collections are on the show.
The Everwood one?
Yes.
The Treat Williams classic Everwood? Absolutely, that's the one.
Finished the series. Only released 2 seasons.
Did they?
I don't. I don't. No, that was a Warner show, right? They probably finished the entire thing.
Oh, I would assume
They were very good about dropping season releases.
I actually really liked Everwood. Let's start an Everwood.
Warner's is the only company, for all their dumpster fire faults, they're the only ones still releasing physical media with any regularity anymore.
Yeah, it's true.
I just got they sent me the review copy of the Wednesday season one
The show. Yeah.
the Blu-ray.
Is it any different from what I saw on Netflix? Other than it'll probably look a little bit better.
Just bonus features.
Yeah.
Yeah, some bonus features on it.
More like boner features.
It's just a trailer. It's a full trailer for Beetlejuice.
They did that cool thing in the trailer for that show where they take the song and they play it real slow and ominous.
Yeah, I had James Spader sing it.
Yeah.
Have we gotten a slow, somber children's song rendition of Happy Birthday yet? Has that been used?
Oh, I don't know. It should be. I mean, it's open. Like anyone, it's not copyright anymore, right?
Yeah. It's no longer protected. That could be the new theme song for Black Series.
We could have Steamboat Willie, Mickey Mouse singing Happy Birthday. That's
just a slow, somber turkey in the straw.
That's right.
Do 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 do.
That's what we'll do. You getting it, Zach?
Yeah, hang on. It's being weird.
I mean,
it keeps showing multiple pages.
Weird.
Whenever I go full screen. But I guess I'm just going to have to.
So for the people on Mike's Budget Watch 2024, we blew our budget in the beginning of the month by just buying a new car.
What scale?
1 to 1.
6-inch scale?
1 to 1. My wife got a Subaru Forester, which makes either her a lesbian or me half lesbian. I don't.
Is that a hybrid?
Yeah, it's both.
No, it's just a regular.
Oh. You get steep tax discounts though when rebates for a hybrid in California, don't you?
Sure, absolutely. They didn't have any
in stock.
They didn't have any in stock. And what we got, so it was a 2023, the year of our Lord 2023, used model with less than 3,000 miles on it because it was the one that they used on the lot for like
just run around.
Car. Yeah. So it's like a couple $1,000s off, and I was like, this is a good deal. Let's just do it. And it's the camping, it's the wilderness edition. So if anyone wants to go camping, it's.
Are you a great?
You love your outdoors.
That's right. He's like, yeah. Have you guys ever all the camping you guys do? I was like, yeah, we do a lot of that. That's what we're known
at the
for.
Parking lot at WonderCon.
You can put you can put the tent on the roof and all that stuff. Like it's gonna be awesome.
There you go.
So the bears don't get you.
That's right.
All right, we are ready to go.
In my case, the famous camping lesbian. I was watching a TikTok, and there's like these two ladies shopping for a car, and they were at the Subaru dealership, and one of them goes, "I can't do it. It's just too gay." And she goes, "Baby, we're gay." I was like, "That's so classic." That's good. Anyways,
this has been the most promotion heavy episode of this podcast yet.
Oh yeah, this episode
no for
my Subaru, kitty litter, and
bronchitis,
Sprat, and bronchitis.
Yeah, Pfizer medicine.
Get
all right, Ken. We're gonna kick you out, and then we'll bring you back on.
Oh, we're just going. We good? You got it figured out?
Yeah. It's been too long.
All right. Well, hey, thanks to all the Patreon people hanging out with us. That was probably the most unconventional Patreon chat we've had.
Just a bunch of technical difficulties as soon as we start.
Well, it's Ken and I trying to fill time while you figure out what's going on. But it's better than just me trying to kill time. Cause
Yeah, I probably would have been talking more if it had only been us. But I knew Ken's here, so
Ken can hold his own.
Yeah,
I
for
wouldn't
sure.
tell this to his face, but he's an all right guy.
He's he's top 100 at least.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna start off because I'm sick, and I just want to get that right out of the bat. Thanks for listening to Black Series Cantina, episode 67. I am your co-host Mike, and joining me as always is my co-host the Zach.
Hello, Cantina denizens. We're back with episode 67 of Black Series Cantina, and we have absolutely a shit ton to talk about. And
so
I went right off the bat with the curse because we have a ton to get through this episode.
I'm gonna have to bleep it out. So, fun fact: we were going to record last week because we don't have any heads up. Hasbro doesn't care about us at all, so they don't give us a heads up like, "Hey, we're gonna have a live stream next week or whatever." But I got sick, and I'm like, I can't even talk. Like, I couldn't even talk.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like, let's put it off a week. Let's just.
We should have done it last week then. That would have been fun. Fun little experiment.
It'd have been the best episode ever. Just the Zach show, and then me going, and then nothing else. Yeah.
You just sounded like Jabba the Hutt the whole time or something. Just make a bunch of sounds like that.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect.
Yeah. Anyway, so it just turns out that also at the same time, Hasbro is like, hey, we're gonna do a live stream, and it just worked out. So, welcome to here where we talk about this Black Series.
Yep. So big thank you to everybody who listened to our last episode and continues listening each and every episode. We do have a lot to talk about, and maybe we'll get some thoughts in. I did not put it in the show notes because I know we have a lot to talk about, but maybe we can get to the Acolyte trailer and the Bad Batch a little bit. Maybe we'll see how long the episode goes with all the toy talk.
We have to talk about the Acolyte trailer when we talk about reveals at least a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I figured it would be intertwined in there, so I didn't want to give it a specific slot.
It doesn't have its own dedicated spot.
Yeah. Because we could talk about it at the top of the show. We could talk about it during the reveals. Yeah. So anytime. But we do want to start the show off with talking about our Patreon. And specifically, so if you want to join Patreon, you can join us live in the chat, or you can just be a Cantina supporter at the $2 tier, or you can watch the video at the $5 tier. And also, we have new merch and a new logo. So if you're interested in any of this new merch we have, please check out our Teespring shop. And you can, I have the red long sleeve on the way right now, and I think that's probably one of the best ones. But it's such a clean looking logo now. I really like it.
Yeah, and I saw even some people with mugs already, like in our Facebook.
Yeah, that was awesome to see.
Yeah.
So if you're interested, we would really appreciate it. Any support,
Patreon, you get a little discount. Get a little discount on that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So be sure to use your Patreon discount if you're a Patreon member. If you're not a Patreon member, that's another great way to support the show, is to buy some merch and represent it whenever you go to your cons. And guess what, Mike? Guess what?
Take a butt.
In 2 days, I meet Hayden Christensen in Indianapolis.
Oh, are you so excited?
I can't sleep. I cannot fall asleep. That's all I'm thinking about. Thinking about shaking that man's hand and having him sign my beautiful Duel's End Darth Vader.
What do you think he's going to smell like?
Mustafar.
Dead children.
Oh my gosh. You don't think that smell was cooked off whenever he was on fire?
He's going to smell like Bacta. What does Bacta smell like is the question. I think it smells like a Rite Aid all the time.
Should I ask him what the inside of the Vader suit smells like after he's been in it for like 2.5 hours?
What was it like being inside that weird bathtub? Was that just water? Did they put a bunch of Alka-Seltzer in water? Like what is that?
Right. Did you have to train to hold your breath for a long time for that? Like, did they accidentally leave you in there on lunch break and you're just like floating around and knocking on the glass?
Suspended, yeah.
But it is kind of weird. I'm trying to think about something to say to him, because I know he's going to be signing, 10,000 autographs that day.
Yep.
He's not going to remember anything I say, but I do want to say the right thing. I do want to say something like how much I appreciate, that he's back in Star Wars. And I appreciate what he did for me when I was a child.
Yeah.
And he was my favorite actor.
Here's the thing. We have with us today a guest who's been on the show before, who one of the things he's known for is interviewing famous people.
That is true.
And maybe you could get a couple pointers from him on what you should say to Hayden.
Yeah, because I just need, like Wilbon says in our chat, I won't have long, so I just need like a quick one sentence, like while he's signing the thing, like, thank you so much. Insert
I think it should
whatever.
make it as weird as possible, so that because he'll remember that. Make it as weird and creepy as possible. He won't forget that.
True. Maybe I'll just yell the podcast title at him over and over until it's like insert in his brain.
That's it. That's the one. Anyways, should we bring on our guest?
Absolutely. For the second time on Black Series Cantina, Ken Plume joining us.
Well, hello there, you two. How are you?
Hi there.
Doing all right. All right.
I'm just say to Hayden.
Yeah. What do I say to Hayden? I'm nervous, man.
You do your research. You know he's Canadian, so make a Mustafar joke.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Really break the ice with that.
Okay.
And then you just assume that, probably the inside of the suit smelled like maple syrup or something like that. He'll love it. Just all Canadian content.
True. So
across the board.
It has to be something where he like stops everything and he's like, I'm scheduling dinner with this guy after the thing.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? In fact, the first thing you do is you walk up and go, I'm just wanting to confirm our dinner reservations for this evening.
That's a power move right there.
You've already made
Rosario, us too. Yep.
It's the middle of nowhere. He doesn't know any of the restaurants. He doesn't know where to go. You know what? Also, Canadian in America, take him to like a Waffle House. Take him to something like Golden Corral. Take him to something that's distinctly American.
I don't want him to get in a fist fight at the Waffle House.
Or do
my
you?
Fault.
Do you not want to have?
He will remember.
Yeah.
This.
That is true. It'd be.
You have to give him memories to last a plane trip.
That's right.
True.
So he remembers that guy from that podcast. I don't know. He said, "What was it?
Vintage
merch.
collection."
You also have merch
Cantina.
now. Give him a mug.
Ooh, I could give him a mug. He just
give him a mug.
He just toss it.
He's not going to toss it. He's going to take it home. He's going to use it because he's a working actor who hasn't worked in a while. He's Canadian. He lives on a farm. If it's practical, he'll love it.
And he'll probably become a listener. So
yeah, what's more useful to him? A mug he can drink out of, or a shirt he can wear, or somebody's piece of artwork that's just going to go into maybe a folder and he'll keep, but he'll never look at it again. It's not like he has a giant refrigerator to hang all these things on. What's the more practical gift to give Hayden Christensen?
A mug.
A mug. To hand him a mug. I only have one Black Series Cantina mug.
Bring it to him. You can buy another one.
Which has
is he written worth the $30
dedicated on it
$12
to my main man from Mustafar.
There you go. To
maybe
Anakin I acknowledge.
That is I'm gonna maybe I'll tell him like, you clear Sebastian by like 10 miles, bro. You're him. And then I'm just gonna leave. He's gonna write his name on my figure.
Yeah, hasn't he now gotten sort of revealed helmet as Vader screen time more than Sebastian finally?
For sure, yeah.
Oh, I never thought about that. That's amazing. Look at this sick
Sebastian
picture I got the other day, though.
Under the mask that one time, right? Like,
is that what you're getting signed?
No, I'm getting the Dual End Vader figure Black Series signed.
You just bringing that with you to show him?
Maybe I should tape that on my shirt.
Like a billboard? Like you're wearing like a sandwich board?
I think so. The thing is, I don't think I'm allowed to video him autographing it, and I need the video for the content, right? So I'm thinking about getting a shirt. I was at an Irish bar for St. Patrick's Day the other day, and I saw a guy he like put his phone in his shirt pocket and the camera was sticking out perfectly. And I was like, that's what I need. I don't think I have any shirts with a pocket right here though. So I need to get one. I'm going to set the phone in there while he's signing.
Why don't you get like a camera hat? Why don't you make it as ridiculous as possible that you're obviously filming him?
It can't be obvious because security'd probably be like, no cameras.
They know if someone's got their phone in a pocket with the lens just happen to be poking above it. Yeah. They know.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little
knows.
less obvious than like wearing the chest thing with the phone holder video thing, or like a.
You're not going to get the
I'll think
accomplice
of some.
across the hall with a zoom lens, and you're just mic'd up remotely.
See, I'm not going with anybody, so that's out of the window.
Make a new friend.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know what? You're all wanting the same thing. They film you, you film them.
That's what happened the first time I met Ian McDermott. The guy behind me, I asked him, I was like, hey, can you video this? And then I'll video you. And so we made like a little agreement there. But it was also, when I met him the first time, there was not that many people. And I feel like with Hayden, as far as from what I've heard to other people, like Wilbon, especially at my appointments at the end of the night, which I'm kind of pissed about, like they just, at the end, they were like getting people through like really fast. So we'll see how it goes.
You're worried about not having your moment.
No, I'm worried about
paying that money. I'd be worried about that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not necessarily worried about like, I know I'm only going to be able to say one thing to him and get it signed, but
it's going to be high.
Yeah.
It's going to be high. It's just going to be, just to resign yourself to it being high. If it's more than that, then it's great. Also depends on how early you are in the session for him.
Yeah, well, my appointment time is 6:50 p.m. and he starts signing in at noon, I think.
Oh, he's already checked out by then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was kind of upset because I know at the end they're going to be like getting people through real fast. I was
so lead with the Mustafar joke.
Hand him a mug.
Hand him a mug. have him hold the mug.
Give him a bump of cocaine.
Yeah,
yeah,
wait,
that would work. That would work.
Is that Anakin or is that Carrie Fisher?
I mean, they're
probably
related.
All of them. Probably all of them.
Okay.
The whole Star Wars set, George.
It was the 80s.
Long shooting days.
That's right.
So what do you all think about getting into fine editions? Do you all have anything?
Sure, I got tons
to chat about. Ken, do you have any fine editions? You wanna go first?
So what fine? Do you mean new editions?
Fine editions are fine editions 2-hour collections.
What isn't?
So that's a good question.
It's my entire playlist.
Also, it's Candy Girl. Let's be honest.
So you had mentioned about stuff that I had gotten recently, and I had not remembered that I'd gotten a lot of stuff recently. Because you tend to zone out, and then I remembered. Oh yeah, I have an Ollie's, and I also have a very nice comic store, local comic store. Shout out Memory Lane, that has wonderful deals. So I did pick up a lot of stuff, but I also picked up a lot of clearance stuff, including I already packed the figure away. Even I picked up a Holocom, the Bo-Katan, because they were like $10.
Yeah,
at Target, something ridiculous.
Yep.
Not. I mean, it's not really conceived terribly well in its execution, because the light doesn't travel up that figure at all.
Yep.
So it's fine to have the hockey puck. Great. Figure is kind of pointless, but I did find out it is great if you have a little Darth Sidious from the Phantom Menace line.
A little 3 3/4 inch one?
Because it has a nice wide body for the light to travel all the way up.
Man, that does go through all the way up. That's nice.
So, and it actually flickers like it would be.
Yeah.
On the so the only use for it is if you have Sidious or Palpatine figures. So if you want to spend $10 for a puck for a vintage figure,
it's not a bad use for it. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I found those pucks work better when you light them from the top. And so I asked Lance Luke, who's in the chat right now. By the way, our Patreon people are watching us live, which is great. But I'm like, if you could print something that you could just slide the puck into so it shines down onto the figure, like that would be cool.
But even then, you're not getting it would have taken them actually engineering it to transport the light, or making it a much stronger light than what they provided. Because I like the flicker effect. It's not the same as just putting it on a standard LED light. It's nice to have that flicker effect. But the light just doesn't travel all the way up.
Quote, light show?
Light show.
Yeah.
The 30-minute light show is what they initially marketed it as.
And the fact that it times out after, 30 seconds? 20 seconds?
Yeah.
Let me move. In fact, I'll bring out the Bo-Katan figure so we can see it. I'll move this. I did pick this up.
That's the top, the Phantom Menace top.
That is the cup.
Nice.
That is the top for the cup.
Awesome.
Before
That's awesome.
the prices shoot through the roof on what is like a $5 thing now. Get all your vintage cups from the Phantom Menace.
Well, I have the Darth Maul one, and Mike has
Watto.
Our Black Series Cantina VIP group. We all have one of those, and we used to every VIP hangout we would all use those. Then we've gotten away from it a little bit, but we need to get back into that. And the next one we all need to use our cups.
Well, I bought a lot of 22 of them for $20.
Nice.
$20.
Yes, and it came to 28 with the shipping. So they really undercharged because I wasn't even thinking about how much space 22 of those would take up. That was a massive box.
So does that come with the toppers and the cup, or just
it came with half the cups for it. So some of the actual cups were missing, but I couldn't pass up. I have so many Sebulbas and Anakins. It's ridiculous.
If you want to offload an Anakin to me, I'll pay for it.
I have quite a few, so
sweet.
Looks like Pletho. If you have an extra Amidala, Pletho here is looking for one.
Well, I mean but that's the problem with all of these now is shipping has gotten so ridiculous.
Yeah.
On anything nowadays, just for a simple send out. I'm doing a video with them first. There are 2 that I'm missing that I still have to get. So for that big lot, it wasn't even a complete lot of all the releases.
Dang.
But I couldn't pass up.
I didn't know there were that many of them. You get do you have
there's
the mace?
8 or 9. I have the mace.
Well, they were split up between all the different like Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, KFC,
and KFC. Yeah, all the PepsiCo restaurants, the Yum brands, whatever it was. I think they had 3 each, so there's 9 characters total.
I think that's right,
including weird like there's Newt Gunray is one of them. Boss Nass, Tarples, Yoda, but not the puppet Yoda that was in the Phantom Menace. It's more classic Yoda. In fact,
because the Phantom
one
Menace
of the ones I'm missing.
Distinctive.
That one sucks.
in fact,
it's the worst Yoda. It's worse.
I really
Rebels Yoda's pretty bad.
But I'm just gonna say it right now. When Yoda shows up in the Acolyte, I need him to be the Phantom Menace version, the original.
I want him to be like a cross between that and the kind of hair that Yaddle has. Like I want him to have like long flowing brown, like that was his punk phase.
Sure.
Like he's younger, he has the long brown hair or a blonde. Imagine if he had long blonde hair. Or
what if he had sort of a orangish bronze tan and like a comb over?
Oh gosh.
Listen, because we're having this conversation and I've been looking at this and worried that I would miss out on it, I just made an eBay purchase while we're talking of the Yoda cup because it was only $7 with the full cup.
Nice.
And I didn't want anyone to make me regret not buying that.
Not buying it right now.
Do you have...
You heard it here live.
They also made, I think, 7-Eleven Slurpee cups for Revenge of the Sith where it has a Darth Vader top and then like I think Anakin and Obi-Wan battling. They have a couple of different cup variations, but a Darth Vader topper. Do you have that? I'm looking at a couple of those on eBay. They're like $22, $23.
I don't have those, but I also did Classic Trilogy before the Phantom Menace toppers came out for those brands, because I think there's a Stormtrooper and I think a Vader that are also available that I have not picked up. I've not dived too deep into the world of cup toppers. Oh, and they did for the Phantom Menace, they also did the R2, which is the most clever.
Yeah.
Because it's the legs and that's
the best one. They should bring back cup toppers, but under the Black Series like brand. Like, we got the Black Series role play, Black Series cup toppers. I'm in on those. I'm a completionist on that.
You ready to spend 50?
You're gonna get them all? I'm trying to find this. There it is. There's the Holocron. So it was the Bo-Katan was the Target exclusive. So there's that. And let's see how far the light travels. I think it barely gets up to her waist.
To the hips.
Not even
Man.
look. It maybe to the
It
knees.
illuminates her shins.
Yeah. So, and the thing is, I tried it with the other hologram figures. Like I had a Ki-Adi-Mundi from the Revenge of the Sith line, and it doesn't travel up. It needs that thick body at the bottom for most of the light to travel up. Basically, a solid piece. Like I bet if you had a Leia hologram, it would work well. But yeah, boy, the holocom stuff is really disappointing. I'm glad we got another announcement on that.
It's not my favorite part of the Black Series, but it is my least favorite part of the Black Series.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah.
So it's overtaken, like carbonized, and
I mean, while I don't like every carbonized figure they've made, and I definitely think it's worn out its welcome. There are carbonized figures I do like, whereas there are no holocom figures I like, and as a gimmick, it doesn't work. Period.
yeah, I mean, we don't have a solo version of Darth Maul, which would have made more sense to have.
Sure.
A hologram
I feel
version.
like the holocom collection would be better if it were actual characters that appeared as holograms in the films.
In universe.
Like,
yeah.
All they have to do is take Darth Vader and sculpt a hard plastic, the only sculpting he would need is a hard plastic cape. That's all they would have to do, and release it, and it would sell well.
But also, we're trying to make it what the line isn't, because they're specifically supposed to be the bounty pucks.
That's
They're
where
not
they kind
supposed
of
to be
go
the
wrong
communication.
with it.
Yeah.
No, and then but that's what they're doing with the. Well, I mean, we haven't talked about the Darth Maul yet, but we'll get there. But that specifically is not a bounty. they even said that in the thing. Like,
it's propaganda. That's what.
It's propaganda.
Well, I'll quickly get through the rest of these. So,
Yes.
Picked up this because I was able to get it dirt cheap.
I love that. That throne
It's
is
pretty
worth
cool.
the price of the Snoke. Period. I've gotten so much use out of that throne.
This I picked up for $15.
It's a good deal.
So it was worth getting it, having
And I
missed
would
it.
say that Snoke head is probably one of the best, especially for the time period it came in. It's one of the best painted heads.
Yeah, because it's pre-photo.
The sculpt's
Pre-photo
real.
real.
Too.
Yes.
Mhm.
Like especially during that
And he
time
doesn't
period,
need to look
2017.
particularly well. Let's
He doesn't,
also
no.
be clear on that.
But like the 2017, 16 when that came out, like the heads on Black Series figures were awful. They were terrible, and that was actually really really good. So
Yeah, so that was a nice pickup.
Now, if you have an extra Snoke, if you find one for really cheap, you can cut him in half and then cut his arm off, how I did on mine, and display him on the throne all
I mean,
chopped
do
up.
I really need an extra for that?
Probably not.
And I also picked this up pretty cheap.
Nice. So for the audio listeners, that's the Ray and speeder bike from Jakku. Deluxe.
Bit difficult to get her into the proper biking position, seated on there, but once it's there, never going to leave that position.
nope, she looks great on there, and that's all you need.
Yeah, I think once I got my Ray sitting on that, I don't think I've ever moved that
Same.
figure from it.
Might as well
There's
be
really no
statue,
point.
honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then what? Just a couple of random figures I picked up with GameStop's latest please take this clearance sale. The buy one get two free
Nice.
on clearance items. So I finally got, I'm not going to take these out of the bag. These are the two Knight brothers
Cool.
that were from the Jedi Survivor line.
Yep.
And I think I can't remember what I got for the third figure on that. It's hard because it had been so picked over by that point. But
So
boy,
you
they
gotta
had a
know that
lot of those
nobody
Knight brothers.
especially wants. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is weird because the Knight brothers, I remember when they came, when they announced those Knight brothers, people were like, oh yeah, this is great.
And then,
It's weird.
yeah.
I made the mistake of finally secondhand picking up a second sister. Timing on that was a little awkward.
little off. Yep.
Unfortunate, to say the least.
But boy, the price of that, I don't know yet if I'm getting that set. And it's Amazon, so I have a pretty firm belief that it's probably going to be 50% off at some point down the line.
Hopefully.
I can't imagine based on every other exclusive set they've had in the past year and a half, eventually getting to that point.
It's a likely,
it seems Amazon's one of the retailers that does order super deep still.
Yeah, and that's why whenever we talk about another Amazon exclusive 3-pack later on today, I think in our group chat I said that Black Friday 50% off is calling my name, because that might be a time. That Vader on card looks pretty sweet, so if I can wait and get it 50% off or something, I might bite.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
But we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I'm sure there's other stuff that'll come up later. We'll talk Jar Jar Binks Pez dispenser later. But yes, those are the main acquisitions.
All right, Mike, you said you had a lot, so I'll let you go last.
Yeah.
All right, the fine additions to my collection. I finally got Marok from the Ahsoka line. So once I open this, I am going to do the dark wash to make him look a little better. So hopefully I don't absolutely ruin the figure, but that's to be determined. And then I picked up another Luke to have on card, since I had the Return of the Jedi Darth Vader on card, but I only had one Luke. I did pick up a second one to keep on card, and the card is actually in pretty good shape, so that's nice. And then the opposite of that, I had a Return of the Jedi Darth Vader on card, but I picked up a second one so I can unbox him and actually experience the figure in hand. Not the best Darth Vader. I don't think it's anywhere close, honestly. I had really high hopes for this Return of the Jedi 40th Darth Vader, but the color of the lenses bothers me. And I know that's a little like a nitpicky thing, but I'm very nitpicky about my Darth Vaders. So, we're nerds. That's what we do. Obviously, everybody's talked about it a ton before, but the helmet just does not clip in, and it's really hard to get clipped down in there, and it doesn't stay. So I think I read somebody said if you heat it up, it helps with that. So I may try that. The skin tone of his head is a little too not gray. It's a little too fleshy, which isn't necessarily accurate to Return of the Jedi. But if you think about Empire Strikes Back, it was pretty fleshy when you see the back of his head. So I think they kind of changed in between movies. So whichever one you think, and it could be lighting also, but I
wonder if that one would benefit from a matte spray, because he had a really chalky. He wasn't a sweaty appearance.
No, it's true. Yeah.
Me and my cousin used to always call him Humpty Dumpty, because he looked like that.
And he was broken.
Yeah. And obviously he could have a chain, which would make it a little better, but also at this scale, that's kind of hard to achieve and make it look good. Even the SH Figuarts cape with the chain is absolute garbage. I do have the SH Figuarts version, and that one's definitely better. The head sculpt's really nice. But the chain on the cape is awful. So I don't think Hasbro would have been able to nail it, because the original version, which I have here for a quick comparison, the chain's just way too big. Like, the chain was not this noticeable. He's wearing a full-on necklace in the original version. But there's a look at the two, which I'm going to post a TikTok video about these here soon. I have recorded and in the drafts ready, but hopefully TikTok doesn't get banned before I can post it. So
I think you're good.
Yeah, I think it has a little bit at least. Those are my 3 fine additions. So some very fine additions to the collection. I didn't really have any reason to get that Darth Vader, but I kind of wanted to confirm my priors that it was not as great as we were hoping for, but it is what it is. It looks very nice on card, though.
So why did you held off on the Mark for so long? Availability, or just wasn't high on your list?
I had the one on card up here, so it wasn't necessarily a priority to get. But then I needed over $79 on Entertainment Earth to get free shipping. So when I ordered the Piccolo SH Figuarts, I needed something to pre-order with it to get free shipping. And I was like, well, I'm planning on getting that Darth Vader eventually. And then so I threw it in there, and they finally shipped it. So
well, that was the Vader. Oh, I asked about the Mark. What made you wait so long for the Mark?
Well, I had it pre-ordered in Entertainment Earth, and they canceled it. So I was in that batch. Yeah, I pre-ordered it, I think day 1, and I was part of the batch that they said the distributors isn't giving them anymore. So they canceled that.
Is that a topic we're gonna touch on at some point? The rash of cancellations. It doesn't seem like they're going back to.
We talked about it a
additional runs
last episode, but we can chat if you want to. Get something off your chest. We can chat about it. We'll do it right after.
I just find it fascinating. Yeah, we can have the Mike's shares.
Right after Mike's Fine Editions, we can bring that up.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get over some things real quick here. Got some Transformers. I went to TF
bronchitis.
So I got bronchitis. It's great. Got an ear infection. Love it. Displays really well on shelves. I got this Megatron. It's like a concept art Megatron. He's pretty cool. I like him.
I was about to say, is Megatron normally silver like that? Like really dark
usually
gray?
Silver, yeah. It's because
looks like a really dark gray right there.
You're used to seeing them from the live action Michael Bay movies. This is the. It didn't appear in movies at all. It's a concept art thing. Anyway, and then at TFCon, I got another Optimus Prime from a third party thing, and he sucks. This is a Skyplus. He was like $180, and he, as an action figure, he's pretty cool, but as a Transformer, he sucks. I've had to glue so many things back onto this guy because he started falling apart as soon as he came out of the box. Like his face, he comes with 3 different faces, but they don't actually peg on anywhere. They just hold on under the mask by friction, which doesn't work. So I just picked the face I like the best and glued it on. But yeah, I've got this Optimus Prime and he looks cool, but he sucks. Don't buy him. But then I also got a more different Optimus Prime because I'm a sucker for Optimus Prime and I love him. This is from the Bumblebee movie. This is it's a third party one. It's MPM, or no, it's Magnificent Mecha MM01 or something. But what they did was they took the 3.0, which is basically Hot Toys for Transformers, and that one is just a figure; it doesn't transform. And they made it so it transforms, and it's gorgeous, and it's got a lot of great posability. And he actually turns into a truck, and his little eyes light up, and I freaking love him. He's worth every penny. This is the opposite of the other one. You should, if you like this version of Optimus Prime, you should get this. Mike is a little quiet. I've never had that complaint. That's so weird. I could.
Do you have the Hot Toys Optimus?
No, I don't, because I wasn't collecting Hot Toys back then.
I'd be curious as to your take on that.
Yeah,
we might have to do a stream, and I'll pull it off the shelf, and you can tell me what's good and what's bad about it.
Sure, absolutely. I remember he came with like Starscream.
The Starscream head is great.
Yeah,
I wish there was a Starscream to go with it.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Like
let me know
really proper Starscream.
You sound good. You sound good to me. A little louder now to me. So,
all right.
And hopefully we can fix it in post if it's still a little.
Oh, I can make myself louder for sure. Yeah. And then I got the G.I. Joe Vamp, which I do like. It's neat. It's pretty big for $100. Like this is pretty
That's
good.
The car you bought?
Yeah, this is the car we bought. This is Lily drives this to work. Really good gas mileage. The guns on the top are a little issue because it's, she's a public school teacher and they don't like guns on campus. But what are you gonna do? You can't argue with that. But yeah, he has like a helmet that's like a Ninja Turtle face.
Like, that is pretty cool.
Like it's got like a mouth on it. All I see is Ninja Turtle. Anyways.
So did you have issues putting it together? Because that seems to be the consensus of a lot of folks assembling the thing.
The only issues I have are the guns up here. There's these little like magazine boxes, and they don't really peg in anywhere. They just kind of hang out. And I don't love that. There's also no place yet. It comes with a shotgun. And there's like no place to put the shotgun. But other than that, no, I didn't have any issues.
Shout out to Veebs, who struggled for nearly an hour to assemble his fam.
Poor Veebs.
Never assemble live on stream.
or do, and that's what people like. But that's not the big thing that I got. And this is I think Zach's gonna be a little upset here.
Oh gosh.
The big cool thing I got.
Oh yeah, that's
was
bullshit.
my Hot Toys Darth Vader Duel's End.
We pre-ordered that like the same day.
You know why you don't have yours yet is you chose the end, like towards the end of the month for your last payment.
Well, my last payment was the 15th, and I paid it in advance. I paid it on the 7th.
Doesn't matter. They have you in batches. You always choose like the earliest time period.
Well, me and my wife get our monthly allotment that we allot ourselves on the 15th, and I was like, that's the perfect day.
No, that's why
that would have been the perfect thing to show Hayden,
right?
When you meet him, just holding your hand, going, "It's you, it's you."
I have you in my hand. I've got a little mini.
You're him,
Micro Hayden. Yeah, and the likeness is pretty good. Like it's a good likeness.
From all the
problem I have with this guy though is both versions you get in here, because you get the undamaged helmet, you get the undamaged chest. I like both so much. I don't know how to display them.
You don't have a regular Vader Hot Toys.
No,
right?
This was I bought this to be my regular Vader. The fact that he could be a battle damaged Vader was like a bonus for me. Yeah, but I bought him to be my representation of Darth Vader. But I like both so much. I just don't know how to display him. He looks so good no matter what you do. The lights are cool, but kind of annoying because there's no batteries. You have to plug them in.
It's the USB-C, right?
It's USB-C. Yeah.
And they don't provide the cable.
Of course not. They don't provide. And then they have stipulations on what cables and power sources you can use. I'm like, if you're going to have like strict guidelines on what you can and can't use, you should provide it. Like that's inexcusable, especially for the $300 or whatever it costs.
$330. That version, our version was $330. I think before you had to pay the final taxes.
You couldn't include a $2 cable and like a 30-cent charger.
My understanding of that is that's because of regulations issues, that you're essentially certifying the quality of that cable, and if they can just offload that, they should set up with a third party seller at least.
They should just stick with the little batteries. Like, what was wrong with the batteries? If it runs out, you can go to the store buy a replacement.
Well, it is nice that it's plugged in, and it also has a plug-in stand. However, mine doesn't work. I emailed them. I'm like, hey, like my stand doesn't light up, and like I paid. They
said kick rocks.
Well, they gave me like a bunch of things to try to fix it before they'll do anything. The problem is, I got that email on like day 2 of being sick, and I just haven't had the time to like go through it, because it's like rub like alcohol swabs in there to clean out any dirt and make sure you're using the right. Even though I'm using the exact same ports to light his.
Oh, that stuff's not going to work. I would just email him back at this point and be like,
I paid that money, replace it.
Yeah.
Also, like Zach, quality Obi-Wan Kenobi reference with the kick rocks.
Yeah, you go. That's good. But yeah, he's gorgeous. And I watched a bunch of reviews online. Apparently, like most Vaders are kind of, they just reuse the same bodies and stuff. This is entirely new, and he's a lot taller than other Vaders in the line. So like your old ESB one from Zach, that's going to be like a half a head shorter than this guy.
Wow. And I sold that one to fund this one.
You chose wisely. I will say this is, I have maybe like 6 or 7 Hot Toys now. This is the best one.
The best one. Nice.
Easily.
See, for me, I had a difficult decision. I chose not to get that. Because for me, for nostalgia alone, the Return of the Jedi version, which is coming far too close to the release of this one.
Yeah.
Is the one that wins
Didn't they announce it after this one too?
Yes.
Yeah, it was for the 40th though.
They released it enough to where I think it was a month later where it's like, oh, by the way, guess what?
And I think that one's using kind of a similar construction to this one from my understanding. But
I think it's almost entirely the same except for the things that are Jedi specific.
I would have, had I waited, I would have gotten that one, honestly. because that's kind of the Vader look that I like. I think Return of the Jedi is the best Vader look has ever looked, aside from Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I mean, I'm not getting the Kenobi.
Yeah,
to go with
no,
it.
and
So
like,
I'm not making a diorama of the two of them.
Yeah,
if
and
they just sold the head, I would have just bought the head.
Yeah, so I'm probably gonna swap over to just the regular Vader. I've been enjoying the battle damage version, but I'm probably gonna swap it over to regular Vader just so I can, because that's what he's gonna be on my shelf.
Just
because you're right,
the head beside it.
I don't have Obi-Wan Kenobi, so like, what's the point in having him like that? But it looks so good. He's my favorite. I love him. He's my little darling baby boy.
Yeah, I don't have a Hot Toys Vader yet.
Yeah.
I have 3 Sideshow Vaders.
So, Ken, I'm so glad you reminded me whenever you said diorama, because I forgot on my fine editions.
Did you print something out?
I did. I printed all of this gray rock that I have, as of yet, I have not done a dark wash or any paint on the rocks. I am going to eventually, but this is just to show what I printed to our Patreon audience. It's the Lane Speeder Luke. He did this new terrain, so I printed a couple of those, and then the Jedi or the Dual End fight rocks for the background. So this is my current Black Series display for the Jabeam, Obi-Wan, and Dual End Vader. So that's my latest big 3D print, which I'm very proud of. I'm just hoping I don't ruin it by painting it black and putting some gray brush strokes and all that sort of stuff on there. So
you're going to paint or just do a wash?
See, I thought about just doing a dark wash, but then Lane Speeder Luke said I should paint it black and then do the gray strokes, but that just seems like a lot of work. So I might just try to do a dark wash and then see how that goes, and then see what I can do. I'm going to do a matte spray on it first. Well, I plan on putting lights on the shelf eventually, but not yet.
Right. Because that was blue lit, right? Wasn't that the sort of lighting of that planet was a blue wash? So if you lit with like a blue LED?
Maybe. I could do blue on Obi-Wan's side and red on Vader's side or something. I might think of something.
I will say the one thing that the Black Series version has over the Vader version is he has the battle damaged cloak, but it's reversible, so the damage doesn't go all the way through, and there's nothing on the back of the Vader. Whereas on the Black Series version, there's a slice on the vest.
It's actually sculpted. It's sculpted into the back, which is pretty crazy for a Black Series figure. So they went all out on that one, which is awesome.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, but just wait till you get that holocron battle damaged Vader.
There you go.
True. So you wanted to talk about them canceling some items?
No, well, it was curious to me that we're seeing that more and more, these announcements of them not going back into production for another production run of things that they had pre-orders for these different retailers already on for what I would think are somewhat fairly popular figures.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Marok sold out.
Yeah.
Most places when he was announced.
He is like the one from the wave that could have used a second run.
Unless this is them transitioning that over to the new packaging.
Could be.
That could be too.
Maybe there's a Walmart exclusive version coming out.
Or the fact that there's
something
with a paint wash or something, yeah.
Or there are 5 figures from Acolyte that are going to be taking up production room in the very near future.
Yeah. Yeah, it could always be the warehouse saying we need to open up a run or something, and then Hasbro, I don't know all the logistics behind the scenes.
I mean, that's the one thing that I would hope as things move forward in the new era of the lines as far as fan communication, some more transparency on some things would be nice, or at least acknowledgement of questions that are constantly asked. Like we'll I'm sure talk about with the announcements, but there's an announcement that was made of a variation on a figure that would be really nice if part of that was a clarification on a really big issue with the initial release of that figure.
Yep.
Because they know the questions are there, and they've been there, and they've never been specifically addressed as
Or
to
if they do,
at least an acknowledgement.
They dance
Hey,
around it. Yeah.
yeah. The dance is even more awkward.
Yeah, and that's why I'm glad Steve Evans is back on the Black Series team, because hopefully he can maybe convince the suits to give us a little bit more information, but that's to be determined.
You know, I've seen some people today comment. They're like, "Oh yeah, man, this is all we're getting this because Mr. Stevie's back and he's making changes already." Nothing we're seeing right now.
It'll be a year and a half or two.
Yeah, there's
at
nothing
soonest.
he could change because he started on the 1st of January. It just takes too long to make anything noticeable.
And all these
like
retailer exclusives as well were already sorted long ago.
Long ago. This new packaging was in the works for much longer than you think.
Yeah.
Anything that's inside of them, year, if not longer.
Anything that we can see that he'll have an impact on this year would probably be maybe how they handle live streams.
Yep.
You know, and that'll probably be later in the year, because I'm sure this one they've had planned out for quite a while. So his fingerprint probably won't be put on the Black Series for a year and a half at least.
Or just the communication with the fan base when it comes to, oh, you have questions, I'll answer them. Or here's some checklist for you. Or
he's been doing a lot of great pictures, like images for after the announcements, then they go up. Like, I love seeing all those.
And he's certainly done more podcasts than any other rep from Hasbro has done.
Well, there's one he still needs to do.
Have you invited him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he gave me that PR email, and I've emailed the PR email a couple times, and they just never.
We might be on a list.
He'll get to you.
Yeah, we might be on a list. Who knows? I might have ranted about the 2013 Anakin body mold too often, so we're
as if the other shows he's been on haven't ranted about plenty of things.
Honestly,
that are worse. That's what I'm saying. I'm stopping
that's
right
true.
there. I'm stopping right there. We are moving on.
He's great. I'm sure he'll be on the show.
Mr. Stevie is
at some point.
Fabulous. I'm hoping so, because he is great.
And feel better.
Mike, did you get your package that I sent you?
Oh, I forgot. It's downstairs on the table. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure you got it.
No. So, and I'm just going to say this publicly. Zach finally sent me.
Oh, yeah.
Finally.
It's finally at his house.
It's just, I got it like on day 2 or 3 of being, again, sick, and I didn't take it up and sit on the table, and it sat there the whole time, and I should have it up here, and it should have been part of my...
Has this been a whole saga?
It's been like I printed that in the early fall time, maybe.
Yeah.
And I've said, I'm going to mail it to you. I've just never, get to the post office.
Let's just say that if it had been an announcement for a baby when he told me he was going to send it, we would be having the child.
So what you're saying is this is the Black Series Chiadi Mundi of packages.
Yes, exactly.
Pretty much. But I did include a bonus gift for you for the wait.
Oh, well.
So
should I open it live? Should I go get it?
It's honestly, postage due notice.
Yeah, go get it.
Okay, I'll
go get it live. All right, Mike's going to get the package live, so we got to fill time here. Ken.
So what are you most excited? How are you going to display your Hot Toys Obi-Wan Kenobi Darth Vader?
I'm having an issue. There was this really fancy glass framed LED lights on the corners on the inside of the glass box, right?
Right.
That also rotates, that I was going to put the Vader in for display. But if the Vader has to be plugged in for the lights to be on, and I don't necessarily care about the lights. When I had the old Darth Vader, the lights are on one or two times for the gimmick, and then you never turn them on again. But it's nice to be able just to flick the little...
But those were battery powered at the time, right?
Yeah.
It's a little different to actually have it. Right.
It was nice to be able to, if I had a friend over, just to show him, like, you flick the little thing on the pack and his lights show up. But now, if I have him in that glass display, I wouldn't be able to run a wire out of the display. So I don't know what I'm going to do.
You couldn't run it straight down underneath the base?
No,
because it's rotated in the center?
Well, it's there's a base, but it's surrounded by like 4 walls of glass and a roof of glass.
Are you going to print out
or not glass, but like hard plastic? So
are you going to print up some scaled up versions of Luke's rocks?
No, that'd be too big. I think I'm just going to use the base, like the.
Although to be fair, you could print them at the same scale because the rocks were all different sizes around them, and just have those kind of rocks
that is true.
around the display.
That is very true. I could do that. But I think I'm just going to use the base ones that it comes with. And then I'm probably going to put it by the door over here. I'm going to probably get like a long table and then like a nice little acrylic display.
But it's going to stay battle damage state? You're not going to do the just...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's battle damage. It's battle damage state for sure.
So here's my little plinth with
Look at
the
that
map on it. Thank you very much.
Long time coming.
Long time coming. Thank you very, very, very much. I mean, I was never really complaining. I didn't pay anything for it, although that's not true. I did give you filament.
That was Christmas gift.
Yeah. Did you see the rocks he printed out with it?
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what this is.
That is a clone like weapons case. So you set the long blaster, the long rifle. You set that in it, and it's like they take the. I never printed the lid for any of them.
That'll come in a separate package a year from now.
But it's cooler because you can have a clone like on his knee, like picking it up or something. I think they're in the Battlefront.
Is this a trough for like a dewback, or like a?
It's whatever you want it to be. But
it's whatever you want it.
If you lay this in it, it'll look really cool. This
I mean,
clone
it's
rifle.
really cool anyway. Thank you.
It's a weapon that you like hit people with it actually.
But the
pretty
plinth
dense.
is what I care about, and that's gonna go on my shelf right next to Morgan Elsbeth.
Did you swap out her hands?
I did.
Yep,
I didn't get a Loki for the proper green little flary colors, but I did get the Scarlet Witch hands when Scarlet Witch was on clearance.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's jump into some discussion topics we have for this episode. So first up, just a little bit of news. The Mace Windu and 187th Clone Trooper is shipping from Hasbro Pulse. Mine shipped today. I know, Mike, you said you got your shipment email. Also, Ken, did you place an order on that set?
I did, and I did get my shipment confirmation. So
I'm glad everybody's getting that in the mail. I'm excited about that one.
Monday, Tuesday, probably.
I was going to say that could be our next fine edition.
Oh, absolutely. I think mine said it'll be here the 23rd or 24th.
That'll officially be my first new Black Series figure of the year.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Are you excited about it?
Yeah, honestly, it's always kind of nice. It's weird that it's happening a fourth of the way into the year, but it's fine. My wallet's happy with it.
You filled it. You filled it up with other releases of other things.
I did. I mean, I spent $400 on Transformers toys last weekend, so.
And then we did have some in-person shots from Mike_Sidious on Rebel Scum forums of the C-3PO on the B1 Battle Droid body and Super Battle Droid 2-pack. And you can get a nice look about the paint added on. The dark wash on the Battle Droid is actually pretty nice. It makes me more upset they didn't include an all Battle Droid head on this, because this would be a pretty sick looking Battle Droid on that body. And then the paint on the Battle Droid, or on the Super Battle Droid, actually looks pretty nice. The little sand touch there. It looks better than it did in the promo shot, so I'm excited to see how that translates to being actually on the shelf. Ken, did you order this one?
I don't think I did. I might have done an impulse order of it. I don't think I did.
They are releasing...
Once I saw that they were releasing the battle droids separately, the Super Battle Droid, I thought, do I really need the 3PO battle droid that badly?
How
that
could
it was
you
worth
not? He's
the upsell?
beside himself. This is such a drag.
Die Jedi dogs. That you don't need that C-3PO?
And I have a Hot Toys version of that head that came with my R2-D2. So
that makes sense.
That's fair.
With the tow cable. Which, does that come with the tow cable for that?
No, because it doesn't come with the R2-D2.
But we have an R2 now.
Oh, that's true.
So, of all the things not to include with that to recreate that whole scene,
just throw it away.
Yeah, it's the price. That price hit a little bit hard for what that was.
Fair. That's fair.
But I will give them credit for having the individual release come so closely on the heels to where it wasn't a bait and switch sort of suckers. Gotcha.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for the
They would never
nice...
do that. They would never do.
No, I'm glad those days are over.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that for sure.
No,
but
they wouldn't release a version of a figure and then a month or so after it's come out, 2 months after it's come out, release a better version.
No, never done it, never will.
No. Hasbro wouldn't do that.
But Ken, thank you for the nice segue, because speaking of price hitting a little harder, apparently there's a rumor out there that I did not know about. I was sort of clueless to this until fairly recently. So apparently the same person, and I don't honestly remember his name, Mike, if you remember who it was, or like Bobby
I do, but I
something.
don't want to say it because I don't like him.
Oh, okay. That person a couple weeks ago said Hasbro was changing packaging for Black Series and other lines potentially. That person, and obviously that came true. We're going to talk about it just here in a minute. But another rumor that individual said was the price is also going to increase from the current $24.99 to $29.99 per figure. Now, obviously, we really hope that does not come true. But what are your initial reactions whenever you first heard about that rumor?
Well, it's the first time hearing of that.
Oh, we get live reaction. Perfect. Ken, $29.99 Black Series. How you feeling?
I think that pushes it. That pushes it too far for what we're getting.
Well, if they did it for Black Series, it would also be doing that for Marvel Legends. It would also be doing that for G.I. Joe. It wouldn't just do it.
But I'm assuming, considering what the difference price, but Marvel Legends is not as expensive as Star Wars, so it would probably be $28.99 then. If you're,
I think Legends is $24.99 standard price.
Yeah, they're all the same.
Yeah,
Hasbro keeps the same price point across all of their lines
but that would kick G.I. Joe then up to what, 26?
It would. 25. Or it's also $24.99.
I thought G.I. Joe's been a little bit cheaper.
Nope.
You just get more.
You just get a lot more.
You get more because they don't have to license. Yeah. They don't have to pay the license fee or anything like that.
Yep.
I mean, most of my G.I. Joe acquisitions have been $5 at Ollie's. So
yeah, you would put Ollie's discount, Ollie's route.
It's been a lot easier on that line for me. I think $35 more as a jump so soon after the jump up to 25.
Yeah.
I would be a lot more selective.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be getting all 5 of the Jedi from Acolyte? Probably not.
Nope.
Maybe I'd wait for the show and see what my absolute favorite one was. I certainly can't see pre-orders.
You'd get Trinity. Come on. You get Trinity.
Yes. I don't know. We might also get what's the Daphne Keene?
Keene. Yeah. You gotta get Wolverine.
So go with my Deadpool display.
Right. Yeah.
I would have trouble. Just volume wise, you certainly can't. If you have the same budget of which you're purchasing with, you're going to get less figures. I mean, just by dint of sticking to that same budget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. Mike, $29.99. It is just a rumor right now. We're putting that out there, obviously.
So Mike, my understanding was, I was under the impression it was like an either or thing, because the reason they changed the packaging is that they're making them the same size across all their lines. Like Marvel Legends is going to change to this, G.I. Joe is changing to this, and Star Wars is changing to this, and they're doing it to cut cost for shipping, because they can just buy the same size boxes for everything, because everything is going to be shaped the same. So
the only difference will be the print on the cardboard.
Correct.
Streamlines it a little bit.
And they're doing that to, from my understanding, they were doing that to save money. I was under the impression they were doing that in lieu of a price increase. That I was but
hopefully,
I will say this: as it is right now, if the price goes up to $29.99, yeah, I'm gonna have to be more selective with what I buy, unless we get more value for what comes in there. Like if they start including more, and I think the $5 is worth it. Like we start regularly getting more cloaks in
hands and heads
and heads, and the paint apps are better. Like if they're increasing the price to increase the quality, I'm okay with that. But if they're increasing the price and we're getting kind of the same that we're getting, then
yeah,
I think I'd have to be more selective, just because it's not gonna. It's just about how much you're spending versus what you're getting out of it. And I still love Star Wars and whatnot, but like there's just a limit, you know. Like if they released SH figure arts at the same level they released Black Series figures, where they come out with like 8 waves of figure every couple months and they're all $80 a figure, I couldn't buy all of those. Like that's nuts. That's crazy. Even though they'd all be great and worth it, I just can't spend that much money on this hobby that I'm in. $30 isn't out of my price range. It's just whether or not I want to spend it, and unless they give me a reason to, no, I don't want to spend that.
Yeah, it's definitely the ratio of the value, for what you spend.
Yeah.
So $29.99, I'm basically just saying the same thing you all are. At that price point, if what we're getting stays put, a lot of these figures, some of these figures aren't necessarily even worth 20, like sometimes Walmart exclusives are $27.99 or 20, sometimes the Target exclusive is $26.49 or something like that. And some of those can be even high already, because some of them don't even come with accessories. Like the main line, I'm trying to think of a couple figures that came with absolutely nothing, like
Morgan Elsbeth,
Morgan Elsbeth, Mon Mothma. Those figures, $24.99 for those. A little steep, but
yeah.
But I think also if you're increasing that to that level, you're running into the psychology of when people start having to pick and choose. Let's say you have a themed wave, like talking about an Ahsoka wave of characters you all would want. You'd want that sort of full complement of these are the characters you want to have: a Shin and a Balin and an Ahsoka and a Sabine,
Ezra and Enoch.
You want the wave. When you start getting to that price and you're having to be selective, then I think you start getting into and flirting with that psychology of at what point do you reach the threshold where someone just goes, it's difficult to choose. This is now a stressful situation. It's not fun. I'm just going to walk away from it all. The same way, like, I've talked about like podcasts, just because that's the world that I've existed in for so long, is that there comes a point where if you put out so much content that a listener gets so far behind that it feels like an onerous task to
like
catch
a grind.
Up. To catch up, to even catch up to all the content they've missed because they're so behind, then eventually they'll just walk away and go, I can't deal with this. So you'll lose the listener rather than retaining them by maybe putting out less, maybe being more selective, making it understanding they have a life beyond that. And this is understanding that they have finances beyond just the action figures you're putting out. And you're dealing with a collector mentality that wants to have everything in their collection, that doesn't want to miss out. And you're reducing, the production output on these things. You're going to make it so, the FOMO of once it's gone, because it was a limited number of these things produced. You're not going to see it after this. You're either there at the beginning or you're not. You're increasing the psychological pressures and the off ramps that are now going to be introduced to people's thinking about this line in general.
Yeah.
And these franchises.
Yeah. $30 for the, current Black Series. Like the action figures are wonderful. The modern 3.0 clones and all these figures we're going to talk about today with the pinless joints and all that, like buttery smooth articulation. Just $30 for those would be high. But luckily it's just a rumor. Hopefully that doesn't come true. But I will say, if that's what it takes to get a new Anakin, we might just have to bite.
Again, not out, just picking and choosing. So like an Anakin
exactly
would be one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at $29.99 we would all be watching or doing the clearance waiting a little harder than we currently do, for sure. But whether the price could be $49.99, and Mike and I will still be here every other week talking about Black Series action figures. Maybe at that point we might not be buying them, but we'll be talking about them.
It'll be play dates. We play with the ones you already have.
Yeah, we'll talk about
and going
the
through containers, looking at the ones you haven't seen in months.
Yeah. So let's talk about something kind of cool. Moving on a little bit. Let's talk about packaging, because I kind of wanted to do a little Black Series packaging mini retrospective. Like we don't have to spend a whole lot of time on it. And this is going to segue into the packaging update. So the first package, of course, is the orange line, which number 1 was Luke Skywalker with that nice orange stripe down it, and then that lasted for a year. And then in 2014, they switched to the blue line. And then Force Awakens came out, and we get the red line with Finn being number 1.
That lasted for a year as well, by the way. I've seen a lot of people say they're changing the packaging again. How are they doing it so often? Like, you didn't collect the Black Series in 2013, 14, or 15, did you?
Yeah, it was like every year.
It was like every year we're getting a new packaging, yeah.
And then they stuck with the red line for at least a good while. Yeah.
2014 or 2015 to 2020.
2020.
Yeah, so 6 years.
And then we got the Galaxy line. I can't hit the arrow. I got to scroll since I'm sharing the window. And then, of course, the Galaxy line brought us the murals, as you can see there. And then, of course, we had a variation with the plastic-free packaging that lasted
1 year.
Less than a year? Maybe
pretty much 1 year.
Pretty much 1 year. Yeah, just a couple waves. So that was very short-lived. And now, so what's been your favorite from not the new packaging, but now considered old packaging? Black Series history packaging. What's been your favorite rendition of it?
I think I like the Galaxy packaging.
I like the Galaxy.
Mike, I thought you were going to say plastic free.
As someone, well, I mean, plastic free is going to come into the same element, but I
sure,
it'll be the caveat. I like as a person who loves to go into a store and browse. I like that when they're stacked on a shelf, you can more easily see what the character is by just glancing aside without having to push and pull to go through and see what all of the figures are on a peg. And I'll take the plastic over the
PFP
plastic free just because the slightest variation in eye placement on that photoreal makes the difference for a character for me. And I like the ability, if I'm buying in a store, which obviously is not if you're doing an online pre-order, I get it, of course. But if I'm in a store making a buy there because I happen to run across it, I will look through and I'll take the time and I'll compare those eyes because I want the best printing that I can get. And just use in all art forms when it comes to a human expression, eye placement, the slightest variation on that can make a huge difference on how the character comes across in that. And so having that plastic packaging, the ability to see it and compare, that makes it the top of the list for me.
Yep, I agree. I do really like the Galaxy line. It's just so nostalgic. That orange line packaging is so nostalgic for me. Even the blue line. I guess it all is at this point. Even the red line is a little nostalgic too.
I remember each time there was a change, I'm like, oh, I really like that change. Like, I think they've gotten better. Like, I remember when we were in the blue line, or phase 2, we called it at the time, and that the red box came out, and it just looked so, I don't know, like sleek.
Modern.
Remember they showed off
modern.
Yeah. Modern. Yeah. I
remember seeing that Kylo Ren in it, and I was like, okay, that's sick.
It looks good. Yeah. But I will, like, people just get tired of seeing the same thing over and over and again. Like wanting a change in packaging, even though it's just a change in presentation, it's like rearranging your room, where it's the same room, it's your same stuff, but it's just slightly different. So it feels new. It feels refreshed. So, going 6 years in that red line boxes, I remember it was feeling pretty stale and people wanted a change, and the Galaxy packaging was cool. While I agree with Ken in person, especially
I'm here
when these figures were coming. Yes, you are. Especially when these figures were coming out in 2020, where at that point I was buying pretty much everything online because I didn't want to go to stores. And, I did not care about the plastic free packaging by the time that they came out. In fact, I like the unboxing experience better. I've had fewer problems with things like warped figures, not no problems.
Especially accessories, blasters.
Famously, I had an issue with the Magna Guard, but
I think all of us did.
I feel like that wasn't the packages problem. I feel like that was the figures problem. But overall, I had much fewer like bad experiences with. I never had an issue where I opened up the box and there's something else in here, because I wasn't dumb about how I bought it. I bought it off Amazon, or I bought it from a place that doesn't take returns. I got it from Pulse. I got it from places, smaller places like Toy Snowman or just Entertainment Earth, Big Bad Toy Store, where like you don't have to worry about those because there's no one buying and returning them. If I did buy one from a store, I would check the seals, and you can easily check the seals to see if it's been swapped. That's not a problem. There could be anything in there. Yes.
I mean, the very first PFE figure I opened, there was a banana in there. So there could literally
There's a hot sauce bottle. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was an A1 steak sauce bottle.
Crazy. It was exactly what I wanted.
It's a bag of sand.
It's a bag. Anakin hated it. But I'm not saying nobody had those problems. I'm not saying, my experience is the default experience.
And I agree with you on the accessories. Yeah. Like it was nice having them in their little wax packs.
Yeah.
And I would be fine if you had you saw the figure clearly, and there was a little cardboard thing, and the accessories are all hidden. I don't need to see the accessories.
Nope. I think that would be a good, like if they wanted to reduce the amount of plastic, just make a window for the figure and have the accessories off in like a little pouch or a little box.
Perfect.
Absolutely. I'd be okay with that. Yeah.
But I do like just my Sabine, I would love if I had gotten that in the store and been able to compare and been able to see, because I've seen people who have better eye placement. I've seen them in stores since then going like, I wish I could have bought that one. But couldn't.
Yep. And that leads us to, I think, in the new packaging, it kind of seems like they're taking the best of the Galaxy package and a little bit of the red line a little bit with the colored insert. And here is our updated packaging for the Black Series. They're continuing the numbers, which is nice. So the mural's not restarting or anything.
I like that they're not resetting the numbers. They're not resetting we don't start with the Mandalorian back from 0-1 again. We're not starting, whenever they get around to doing Revenge of the Sith and or any of the sequel trilogy.
Force Awakens,
of course, in this color box, like it's all still gonna mesh, which I like.
Yep. Because I remember being annoyed whenever they switched from orange to blue way back in the day. I remember being annoyed that the numbers restarted, and then I remember being annoyed that they restarted on the red line. I was like, "Are we gonna keep doing this? Like, come on!" So I'm glad we're finally got something that we're continuing, which is nice. And the first reaction I had when I saw this new packaging, I was like, it's nice, but I do like the normal Galaxy line better. But ever since looking at it, and especially after all of the Imperial March reveals, I'm actually really digging this. I'm liking the cutoff edge instead of the angle.
I actually never liked the angled edges. I feel like displaying it, if you're displaying the mural, it's easier when you don't have to angle every box to match up perfectly.
Yeah, it saves room on your shelf.
It saves room, exactly.
Because eventually,
whenever they did this with like old VHS boxes or DVD boxes, they're all flat, they're all against the wall, they all line up. You don't have to worry about matching them up because they're naturally going to line up that way because of the shape of the box. So it was weird that they angled them. It was so weird.
Yeah. And so, Ken, how are you liking the new packaging design here?
I'm good. I mean, you can still look to the side and see a very clear illustration on it. I'm an opener when it comes to these. I do save the boxes. It helps to have a uniform size when you're packing them away.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I can see the figure inside. It's fine to me. It's certainly, none of the packaging was a deal breaker to me, and I didn't get angry over a box either. I can understand for the people who collect in box, but also I can't imagine that people, as deep as the line has gone now, even if it had remained consistent, I can't imagine that you are displaying all of your boxes out on shelves.
Well, and I feel like when they do change up the boxes, isn't that better? Because you have a definitive collection at that point. Like, it's not something that's ongoing. Now you have a beginning and an end and a list of all the different things that you can collect because it's done. Like,
so like
that's it.
Thinking about it, like if you want to complete the orange line, you have a set list now.
Exactly.
Of the various, Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Also, I did have a question. Do you all think, so you know how on the Galaxy line, whenever you pull that plastic insert out, the cardboard is totally separate? Like there's no plastic tray covering the figure, how it is in the red box. You know what I mean? That's glued on the cardboard.
Right.
So do you think on this new package, whenever you pull out the plastic, it's only cardboard left? Or do you think it's going to be the opposite, where there's an actual plastic window glued onto the cardboard and you have to pull out the tray, kind of how it was on Redline? I don't think it's going to be like Galaxy.
Yeah, I don't think they're doing the separate plastic piece attached to the cardboard anymore. I would think that's more expensive because you're having to deal with glue and extra processing.
Yeah. And actually, I like that more. And
didn't they say this was collector friendly? Like that was also the stated purpose of this, is having this slide out as a solid piece seems much more collector friendly to me than having the potential of failures on the plastic window.
With the red line, whenever you take out a figure, then stuff that plastic tray back in, sometimes it would be really hard to get that tray back in. But with the Galaxy line, it's super easy since there's not plastic glued on the cardboard or anything.
Yeah, it's not as bad as that weird Marvel Legends shape.
Where it's like slightly rounded on each side.
Yeah, so it's always, where am I opening this from? Why is it? What is catching here? Yeah.
But I'm actually really feeling the new packaging. But we're going to be able to talk about the new packaging a lot with all the reveals. So let's move on. Now we're going to actually get into the Imperial March reveals from the fan stream.
Look at that smile on Zach's face. You agree with that, right, Mike?
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna call this Imperialess
March.
Imperialess March. Is that the episode title?
Imperialess March, yeah.
Imperialess March.
Yeah. I was playing with Imperial March, Not So Imperial March, Imperial March-less, but I think Imperialess March won.
Imperialess March. I like it.
Not Imperial much? Question mark.
There you go. That's a good one.
All right, now we can talk about the Darth Maul holocom set. So also on this, it is the updated packaging because the old holocom, don't they have the angled?
Yes.
They have the angled mural art. So this is cut off and squared off. How you all feeling on the Darth Maul? Honestly, I don't have a holocom figure yet, so I think this is going to be the one I pick up.
At full price?
No, not $34.99. I've got it. I favorited it on Target, so when it does hit like $26.99 or something like that, I'll be able to order it. Or if I see it in store, go on clearance, that'll be cool. But I'm actually, so Wilbon says this is ass. I actually don't think it's terrible because the character is so cool, and I feel like you can make it be a hologram to, if we ever get, any like a,
I would
what's his
think
name?
If you had a better light, like someone's got to be out there creating a better puck. I mean,
even on these pictures, the light only goes up to his shin.
Yeah. It's not great. The light's not great, but I do always get one gimmick one, and I feel like this is better than all the other
This will be the one
figures out there.
I got mine. I got Han Solo. I got it from Lance Peter Luke. I didn't pay anything for it. Bless you, Lance Peter Luke. I love you. I will never buy one of these. This is the easiest pass. When they opened the stream with this, I was like, oh, that's great. Showing me something that I have no interest in. I love this feeling. I genuinely, that's not even sarcastic. Like, I love seeing something I know I don't.
I mean, that's the problem with these things is they're not, that plastic is not engineered to be a light tunnel.
Correct.
Like, here's a really strong LED flashlight that I have. It's still only getting halfway up the figure.
Yeah.
With this pretty strong, probably going to start melting the figure flashlight in a second.
Yeah.
It's
can't illuminating her hand and nothing above it. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not engineered to be light up figures.
Yeah.
There's a way to do it, but it's not the cost-saving way of what this line is intended to be as a reuse line. Which is, hey, we got these molds. Let's just put it in clear plastic.
Against that. And here's the thing: if they did a thing where it was like, hey, here's the set you buy that has the puck, and then you buy like cheaper versions of just the
$24.99.
Save the money. Save them. I mean, they've released hologram figures through all the lines.
Yes,
going back to the episode 1 line.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be in on the whole thing, but I would buy the Darth Maul because Darth Maul's been a hologram before.
Drop the cost of the puck.
Yep.
Like I don't need the puck. Just put it as here's a hologram version of the figure, and you figure out how you want to light it. It's up to you.
Exactly.
Yep. That makes sense.
Rather than the disappointment. Like who wants to be disappointed out of the box going, this doesn't look.
Where do you put all these pucks? Like how do you display them?
And the fact that they don't provide the batteries. You're buying 3 AAA batteries for it.
Yep.
That's expensive for batteries.
Yep.
Also, it's not like it's fun to use it. You can't just leave it lit on a shelf because it's got that 20 seconds timeout on it. If they were to commit to it, I mean, Hot Toys has taught us you don't have to sell the cable. Make them USB. Make them USB pucks and as like a little desk display. And it's sold as a novelty desk display to have that.
Like the centerpieces.
Yeah.
Like the centerpieces, yep.
Like the centerpieces.
This just seems like something that got twisted and turned in a meeting.
Yep.
I liked what was it Pletho said it? I think it was in the chat. I'm gonna try to find it because it's like exactly what you just said. Yeah, Pletho said right here, Holocom, it's like 2 people had slightly different ideas and they said, we'll just do both of them. It's fine. Like, just mix them into one.
We'll do half of both of them.
Yeah. And it's like the wrong half of both of them. It's like you get a horse with two back ends, like squished together.
Yeah, we're not going to make the light strong.
Yeah. No.
We're not going to make it last long. It's super expensive at the SRP for being a reuse. So you're paying for this puck that's a disappointment.
And it has no paint on it.
No paint. Literally none.
But even then, it's a functional light. That's fine-ish. You're supposed to be focusing on the figure itself. But the fact that the light doesn't make it fun enough to focus on just the figure itself.
Yeah.
But I mean, like when you said it's a reused figure, they're literally just injecting a plastic
translucent
plastic. There's no paint on anything. They've applied no paint to
Zero paint.
except for the little Arabesh printing.
Right.
Is the only paint on this thing.
Which, by the way, I mean, I don't remember what it says. It's some like red, like the Twin Sun slogan.
It's like Rise of Dawn, or I forget exactly what
it's not a bounty puck for him because he doesn't have a bounty, or I don't know. It's stupid.
Await the Dawn. I think it's Await the Dawn. I'm not 100% sure.
That's got the right letter, right amount of letters there. So that's probably what it is.
I think it's Await the Dawn.
Yeah,
because they said it's not a bounty; it's propaganda essentially.
Right.
So I think this is probably. I think this and the Han Solo are probably the 2 best ones. This is probably going to be the one I get.
Having a Mando is sort of like, if you want a hologram Mando, that's also, I found that one fine.
But
I did
kind of forget there was looks pretty good on it is the ghost, like the Yoda.
The Force Ghost?
The Force Ghost.
Well, that's because they have sparkly bits to the paint.
Exactly.
It's got something reflective. Like maybe if they had carbonized this on top of the thing, so you had
like a
reflective layer
or something. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like a clear coat. Just put a clear coat on these things.
Anyone
who wants to buy one for $10 on clearance and try it with a sparkly clear coat and see how it looks, I'd be fascinated to see.
Yeah.
The factory missed the note. What a shame.
Factory seems to be missing a lot of notes lately.
All right, so let's get into the actual.
I just want to preface this before we get in. Yeah, before we get into the Acolyte stuff, I'm glad that Ken is here because I have a problem because of Star Wars, and I it's my blind spot, and I'll be the first to admit I have a problem being properly critical of it because especially when it's new, I'm like, it's all great. I love new. Doesn't matter if it's not good. It's new and I love it because of Star Wars. So for this part, like, I don't know, like, I don't have anything bad to say about these Acolyte figures except for one thing. So maybe.
What was the good thing about me being here? What were you trying to say?
Well, because you were
trying to see how you're.
I would say overall, you're a little bit more critical than, like, but still good, but critical.
I mean, I've also have determined I'm certainly not going to get angry over toys.
Well, you could be critical about being angry.
You can be.
Yeah. Well, I want to clarify that for anyone listening, that doesn't mean I can be disappointed in things, but it is not the end of the world, and I'm not going to yell at a toy company, or particularly their employees who have nothing to do with these decisions.
You're not gonna take pictures of yourself flipping things off and
no, I'm not going to create YouTube content that unfortunately gets hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of views for being angry. Life's too short.
Yeah,
I'm too old. It takes too much energy.
There's a difference in constructive criticism and just being whiny about it.
I can certainly say, hey, I wish this would be the case.
Yeah.
The reality is it's not. And it is, in the great scheme of important things in life, not that important.
Exactly.
But it is all worth having a discussion about in this nice, friendly way in which we're doing.
Sure.
Do you want to talk about the Acolyte trailer first, or do you want to talk about the figures? Just jump into the figures.
Let's briefly talk about the Acolyte trailer. It sure was a trailer.
Ken, what were your initial reactions to the Acolyte trailer?
I mean, it's like anything at this point. I can't wait to see the series.
Yep.
I'm curious about it. It does what a teaser should do. I'm not as well versed in the High Republic era as, I have a wiki knowledge of the High Republic era. I haven't read the books because it's a lot to ask. There's a lot of other things coming out.
Yeah.
I would like to. I certainly would like to read the books.
When they announced it, I was going to be like, "Oh yeah, I'm all in. Like I'm going to be all in on High Republic." I read the first 2 books and then I didn't do anything after that.
I have an appreciation for it. I love that. I mean, it certainly has inspired and excited a lot of people who have dived into it and really love it. So that interests me to actually at some point continue to try and find the time to dive in. At the end of the day, also, I'll wait. I'm excited to see the series because I like that there's new Star Wars out there, and it doesn't have to be my favorite thing, and I can be disappointed in it when it comes out, but I have not seen it. I'm certainly not going to yell at a trailer. I don't get that. I don't get people also making assumptions about what the story is and where it's going and what's happening when
this is going to break canon. Like, how do you know? Did you see it?
This is the worst Star Wars ever. What? Also, there's other stuff to watch. Go watch the other stuff. If all you want to live an angry life, that your entire life is, what do I get to yell at now?
And it's not like in the past where like this was the Star Wars content you get for a year or 2 years or 3 years. If you don't like the show, wait another 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, there's always
find something else.
Corner, yeah.
Or that is an option that is open to everything. It is not a locked door.
Nope.
You are not. It's not an escape room. You are not having. It's not hard to find your eyes open. Yeah. There is an easy exit, and you know what? You can also come back in.
Yep.
You can decide there's a thing that makes you want to go back in that room. That's fine.
Absolutely. Yep.
There's so much material. I'm not going to use that C word anymore. There's so much material that's out there that you can go out and partake of. So you know what? I liked it. I like seeing Star Wars stuff. Sue me.
Yeah, specifically on the trailer for me, it didn't get me super excited for the series. I am excited for the series. I think I was more excited when they announced the idea of what it was going to be. So the teaser didn't like enhance my excitement. I'm just kind of still at that mellow, I guess.
You're kind of already sold on the premise.
Status quo, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at like a status quo of like I'm already excited about the series, and the trailer didn't enhance it. It just kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm ready for it to get here.
Sure.
I didn't think it was bad by any means. I didn't think it looked like it's going to be bad by any means. I do kind of have this thing with new Star Wars stuff, and even the Ahsoka series, and I'm trying to remember what other series. Maybe it was Book of Boba Fett. I can't remember, but some of it at first glance looks a little like fan filmy because it's so weird seeing like live action Hera and live action, like any Jedi that aren't Jedi that you're familiar with walking around in actual live action scenes, it just looks weird to the eye because that's not what we're used to. So
and we live in a world of cosplayers.
Yeah.
And so it'll take an episode or two to get used to that, but I've gotten used to it in every other series, and with more live action stuff, and like not using as much green screen. And they said this show is going to be primarily focused on
they didn't use the volume at all.
Like real environments. So that's always a little jarring at first, but after 1 or 2 episodes, I think it'll be just fine.
Also, you know what? I don't have a problem with the volume. And the reason I don't have its uses is we never would have gotten a show like The Mandalorian period without the volume. It is the fact that we're seeing effects miracles as TV shows, what should be features on the regular. I think we've lost our appreciation for what accomplishment is.
We did, and for me, it's like when you learn how a magic trick's done, where it loses that magic because you can see like when it happens or how it happens. Yeah.
So they're not even imagining it anymore; they're just seeing it on a big TV.
Exactly. So like if when they showed us the trailer, or we watched the first couple or the whole first season of Mandalorian, and it's all in the volume, like I didn't see everything was cramped in like a dome or whatever. But when I'm watching like Obi-Wan and Obi-Wan sitting in a cave or Obi-Wan and Vader are having their duel, and I'm like, all I can see is them fighting in the volume and everything is the background. But that's not on them. That's on me.
Also,
because you're absolutely right.
A quick caveat, because I've had this conversation numerous times with friends while playing Fortnite, which is when I have these conversations, is Kenobi and Book of Boba Fett also have to be looked at what a weird time those shows were produced.
And filmed
at the height of lockdown.
Yep.
The fact that those shows exist, they were able to produce them, is a production miracle. Okay. And the fact that so many compromises were made out of necessity to make those things exist. And also looking at the fact that with what's happening in the industry right now and cutbacks, those shows wouldn't exist, period, if they had been pushed out of the window in which they managed to make them. I don't think we'd see them. Yep. And there's enough great and fun in those shows that I'm glad they exist.
Oh, I just did a rewatch on every live action Star Wars, and I think there's definitely some that are better than others, but I don't think any of them are bad by any means whatsoever.
No. Yeah. I mean, but also we are constantly, because of how plugged in and how much communication is in the fan world of any franchise. Mm-hmm. There's such a high expectation game, and everyone has their own headcanons and their own belief about what should happen, and they have it reinforced by living, in the little discussion bubbles they have, whether it be positive, negative, whatever, when it comes to all of these sci-fi fantasy worlds, that nothing is going to live up to whatever existed in our head. It can be sideways to it. It can improve on it. It can be less than that, but it's never going to be exactly what you perceived. But that's always been the case with any sort of fiction. You read a book in the 1700s, you're imagining what that world is.
Exactly.
So it just so happens now we're all plugged in and everyone has a YouTube channel and a TikTok. So everyone has something to go about. Well, this is what I'm going to think is going to happen. This is.
And then, they build it up, and then it doesn't happen that way, and they get mad at it. Yeah, they get mad at the story they made up in their heads didn't happen.
So, I wish all those people a more relaxed time in the future when they just can engage with it as it exists. And I say this as someone who learned that lesson, and you have to learn that lesson.
Yep.
I think, or else you're just going to live a sad, angry life. And it's
exhausting. It's exhausting.
It's exhausting to be angry all the time. Yeah. Like, I don't understand people who can just anticipate hating a thing or just
and they go, how can I hate this today? I'm watching this. How can I hate this? How
what does that say about a life where you continue to engage with a thing that you hate? And there's someone who go like, well, I just want it to be better. But you don't have to be a sour, awful individual in the meantime. Step away from it until something presents itself that you do like. And you can be disappointed, but don't be an ass about it. And don't be angry and yell at people, and don't go after cast or writers or whatever. That's a whole longer, bigger thing. But I think it also applies to toys. There's
applies to toys.
Yeah, I mean, and we can be disappointed toys. Because listen, we're gonna talk about Balin at some point.
We are,
but yeah, that thing comes out. We have disappointment. We have concerns because also everyone in their head's like, "That's cool. I want that when that comes out."
Yep.
And then we were excited then when we saw the initial images until people started parsing it and go, "Wait a minute, what? No, that can't be." Well, and then they got it in hand.
Great segue into toys, so we can talk about the. Oh, yeah, that's the wrong one. Which one's the right one?
I like that one.
Which one's the right one?
I like the one where I was big. It's this one.
Which one? Pick it.
What are you doing? It's this one.
Okay,
that's the name of your one-man show, right, Mike? I like the one where I was big. An evening with my kicks.
So we have Acolyte figures to talk about.
That's right.
We get the first one. So I did do these in order of the number on the box and not
Jedi Squid Game,
in which they were released.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have Jedi Master Soul. So it's nice that all of these include soft good robes, which is fabulous for Jedi.
Robes. I love it. So it just could you imagine if they did these?
For Luke's spine at your mention of that.
Listen, he can make his own rubber robes all he wants. I'm glad that there's soft goods.
Same.
And you know what? And I was going to say this earlier. I think some of the issue of seeing them as kind of cosplay is High Republic is a lot more ornate in their Jedi looks than what we're used to seeing in like the prequel trilogy and like with Obi-Wan Kenobi and stuff like that. Because they're a lot more subdued and plain. There's no there's no regalia on it and
ornamentation and
yeah.
And just color wise.
Yeah.
But these specifically, the ones we've seen, right, are basically what are being termed as their adventure robes.
Right.
Just in lighter hues than we're used to seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this is still a lot of potential reuse for other Jedi down the pike.
Absolutely. And I think that's a good thing, me personally, because I want more Jedi.
Oh,
and
for sure.
Let's talk about the Acolyte box real quick, because this is the new packaging that we're getting.
What color is that? What color is the bar?
It is an orangish red, so it's a little more red than what other line? It's Andor. Andor was an orangish red, but this is a little more red than that. This looks like it would be a good Last Jedi or Revenge of the Sith box.
No, Revenge of the Sith box.
Yeah,
funny.
Yeah. What a dream, right? What a dream. But I do really like the background red insert. Kind of reminds me of the red line from back in the day.
Yep.
So this is a very nice box. The presentation of this is really sleek. Yep. I actually really like it. I think it's a good step for the Black Series. But the actual figure, Jedi Master Soul, Squid Games actor, which
I didn't
recognize that was him. The gauntlets are so cool. I think it's one of those things that identifies the time period, I guess, and it makes these Jedi unique to the time period. So I think that's a pretty nice touch.
Yep.
Why were they making such a big deal about brown belts on the stream?
I think that's part of like the whole Jedi Master thing. I actually don't know.
I didn't know if it was like an inside joke for them.
Look at the brown belt. I'm like, okay, I'll look at the brown belt.
Yeah, it's like, but like, if you're doing a stream where you're revealing figures, like, you lay off on the inside jokes. Let us know what's going on. Come on now. I want to know. Like, they should have said like, hey, like, we're doing this brown belt joke because, maybe we had trouble sculpting it and it was really hard.
Are they pointing that out because the pouches do seem to have paint apps? So it's not just so you got a contrast, because then there are the pouches on the side black and you got the gold buckle.
Yeah, they have the gold buckle, the lighter brown interior, the dark.
It's not just a straight, hey, here's the plastic we printed this in, or that's all you're getting for this. We're actually paying attention.
Lightsabers plug in, or is it a peg hole?
Yeah, it looks
Trying to
like the
decide if it's like
standard.
prequel trilogy kind of thing. Yeah, I can see on the top the lightsaber's got a little plug, like a little peg. Yeah. All right. Yeah, maybe it had something to do with rank. I thought it was something to do with rank when they were talking about it. Like the Padawan
Maybe
had a different
I need to
color.
go rewatch it, but they were just making. They were kind of vague about it, but they kept bringing up.
It was a
brown
weird
belts.
thing to point out. Yeah.
Well, we have Padawan as one of the figures. What belt does she have?
Let's go. Well, let's look down. Let's scroll
Yeah.
down.
Right on the next figure.
Right there.
It's the same belt, just smaller, pretty much. Maybe a little bit
Yeah,
green.
but is the
on
brown
belt
same
on
brown?
Padawan Jackie Lon?
Jackie Lon. So this is Daphne Keen's character. She's half human and half something else that I don't remember, but she's Jabba the Hutt's dancer character. Like that's the same species.
It looks
Same,
like
same
the trim of it.
mix of human and that species as
Yeah.
that dancer as well.
Yeah.
Actually, people want aliens, but remember, Mike, they don't want humanoid aliens, right?
No,
Didn't we discover that on Facebook? Right?
I had that conversation with somebody, and they're like, how come none of them are aliens? I was like, there's literally an alien right there.
And then they were like,
he was
oh, whoa, we don't want humanoid or
we're
whatever.
gonna move that bar. Okay, so it's not alien.
So what
enough for
they
you?
don't want Star Trek aliens.
Right. But like, let's be honest, most Star Wars aliens are just human bodies with weird heads and hands.
with a mask.
Yeah. Because it was made in the 70s. Like a Twi'lek, the human body, weird head. Bith. They're just humanoid bodies with weird head and hands and stuff. That's all it is. And I didn't actually notice that until I got into playing Star Wars: The Old Republic, and I realized basically it didn't matter what race you played as; they were all basically human. Like they just had weird. That's it.
Is it just me or does she look a lot shorter in the box?
She looks pretty short in the box. I think she's going to be short in general, though.
But she's not that short. That's
She's
like
a kid. She's a Padawan, though.
How tall is Daphne Keen? Let's
She's
look
a
it up.
kid.
that's like Dorf on Jedi sort of.
She's 4'11".
The actress?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this looks right to me. I mean, she's supposed to be Padawan. She's smaller.
Sorry, now she's
compare it to
5'1", I guess.
5'1". Okay, so yeah, she'll
Is
be
there,
like.
is there any reuse of the Anakin figure?
I don't think so.
I doubt it. I think all these are completely new tools.
But it does. She doesn't extend down past the line on the box.
No, she does not.
Like her feet are standing on the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see literally the entire thing. It's pretty neat. But yeah, all these figures look like they've updated butterfly joints and the
overlays look really good. Like there's a lot of mobility there.
I do like how Lance Peter Luke pointed out to us that the overlays look kind of squishy, so you can get really nice mobility with them. And see if you, I don't know if I can zoom in on. Oh, I can on that.
Oban will have to swap with like Anakin's thighs to make her taller.
Like if you look at this right here, you can kind of see where it has a little bend right here, maybe for the arm. So that's and right here it bends.
I like the look of her lightsaber.
Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna zoom out here now. One more.
Yeah, these were all posed by I'm pretty sure Matt from Shoot the Galaxy.
Yeah, Shooting the Galaxy.
He's a fantastic photographer.
Yeah, all these poses are really nice.
I think the best one's coming up. Yeah.
Are you excited about the potential of a new Leia based on a new head sculpt in TVC?
Sure, absolutely. As soon as they announced that, I sent a message to our group chat saying that I want that exact figure just upscaled to Black Series. Like, just take that figure, scale it to 6 inches.
But also, it's a really good Carrie Fisher, and that headpiece is replaceable. That's separate hair, so you could get the ceremony at the end as a new version.
Yep.
And then the next figure, we have number 4 in the Acolyte line, Jedi
I think this is the best
Yord
face sculpt
Thandar.
of the
It is the best
bunch.
face sculpt, but it's the least best neck.
Look at that neck. Oh my God.
I mean,
What's going on
It's
here?
got a long.
it's somewhat close to the actor, though. I mean, the actor's got a long neck.
Does he?
And that's also in posing, too, because you can
Does
see
he?
in the pose, if you lean that head a little further, then,
No, it's true. It's all going to come down to how you pose it.
yeah.
But still,
That's the same thing, like if people are puppeteering Kermit, that's
Yeah.
Kermit. if you go like this, he doesn't look right, and he looks super tall. You got to have that lean for it to look natural.
I'm looking up the actor
Kermit
right
puppeteering.
Now. Let's see here.
Tip for people.
But I think that the hair that they've got on was it Jord Fandar?
Yeah, Jord.
It's so good.
Jord Fandar.
Jord Fandar.
He's a Jedi.
Jedi Knight Jord Fandar.
He's got the Miles Morales Spider-Man.
We're looking for
PS5
beautiful women.
hair.
Hello.
So is this the second yellow lightsaber in the Black Series? We have Rey. Wait, no, they haven't done Rey.
Rey hasn't. Yeah,
Rey. They didn't give yellow. Is this
lightsaber yet?
Who has a? Does anybody?
So
have
for everyone
in the
wanting
Black
that
Series?
swap for the Rey figure,
Yeah, here you go.
guess you'll be buying too.
I feel like, was there a comic figure that had a yellow saber?
Was
Or
it the
Obi-Wan? Did they didn't give him a
was
a
it
yellow
the
saber.
was it the one from Knights of the Old Republic, the Bastilla Shan? Yeah.
Bastilla Shan, that's right,
Shan, yeah.
So this is going to be the second, I assume.
This is the Sean saber.
The Shan. It's not actually.
No, hers was double bladed, so.
No, I mean the blade itself is the.
Oh, I mean, it could be. I guess it just depends on if the fit is right, but yeah, I don't know.
Also, this looks like he's about to do a musical number with that sort of cane pose for it actually touching the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah,
Putting on the Ritz.
And again, another 100% new Jedi, which is cool to add to the line. And the worst case scenario, if
really good.
Yeah, if nobody picks these up as Acolyte figures, you can always make like a Geonosis battle scene of like a bunch of
And that's
Jedi
what I
in the
say, because
background.
people are like, what if you don't like the Acolyte? Like, they're still Jedi figures.
Yeah.
They still look like Jedi. That's all I need. I don't care. I don't care if they're people I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And next up we have Jedi Master Indara.
Jedi Master Trinity, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So look at this pose here. The flying
Love that Matrix pose. That
which is nice.
That is the best pose that he did. It's so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is really nice. And she looks pretty good with a green saber here.
So that's the saber we saw on the poster.
Oh, yeah, is it? With the red streak. So I wonder if she gets killed.
Yeah, I don't know, but on the poster with the blood, yeah.
More. Maybe, yeah.
Or she's the Acolyte.
Or she's the Acolyte. Yeah,
can we point out that the tailoring on the robes is probably some of the best we've seen so far?
I think it's pretty good. Yeah.
It's really nice because it has the gold. It looks like gold lines going through it.
I mean, it's like they're drowning in it, like it's a blanket.
Sure. It's comfy. It's cozy. It's like a blanket.
Well,
it looks like they reduced the seam allowance a bit more. So most of that bulk inside. So basically you see the stitching.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see the material to the right of the stitching.
Yep.
That's the seam allowance. That's so you don't have it able to pull apart. And a lot of them, remember, we would get like almost a quarter of an inch of seam allowance on some of these. A lot for anyone who wants to make their Jedi robes look a little better. If you want to risk it, you can trim that seam allowance down as much as you possibly can, and it makes things fit a lot tighter and a lot closer to the body, and not have weird posing issues because it's wanting to push against the internal pieces and create its own flow. But yeah, it looks like they've reduced a lot of the seam allowance on those to as little as they can. The one on the right side's a little bit more. That's that quarter of an inch I was talking about. To see that, how much more of the seam allowance is there? Shout out to Frederick's Figures.
I love the wash on her tunic there, though. Like,
that looks really nice. The tunic, her abdomen and the flowy part down here looks really good. I like the
brown belt.
Yeah, brown belt. Yeah, look at the brown belt. But I like how you can actually see the sort of details in the lines of her.
And her little communicator marker pen.
Yeah, I'm actually glad they painted these silver, because on a lot of figures they don't paint stuff like this. This would just be normally all brown.
And this is why they're charging $30 a figure.
If it's not a women's razor, it's not my communicator. That's all I'm saying.
All right, let's see which figure we got next here. So that's another cool Jedi, and we have one of the villains of the show, May the Assassin, was the last Acolyte figure they revealed. I think it's funny how the accessories are all spread out in the package.
They get rid of these little like kunai, like ninja knives, which is, it's what they have in the show. It's fine. But like in package,
your cat's going to love those, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm a little nervous about the little knives fitting into the hand.
Yeah.
And like
because we have an issue with the Dinjarin that just came out. Like that knife does not want to fit in the hand.
Yeah, like a lot of times those little tiny accessories don't like to stay in hands. And it looks like on that picture on the right, he has a pose where it's going through the trigger finger. You see right here.
So it's more set in the hand.
So it's like
by the
stable,
hand.
yeah, and right here. So I wonder if it might be a little loosey goosey whenever holding it normally. But we'll have to see. Hopefully, she has like really tight grip. So we'll see.
A lot of soft goods there. I mean, that's
a lot
nice.
of soft goods.
Yeah.
Do you prefer? You think you're gonna have pose like with the mask on, hood up, or kind of like this with the mask off, face shown, or?
I'm probably not going to do the mask. I just think it covers up too much of the face, and I think it's a good looking face.
Yeah, it is a nice sculpt.
Little pre-size Ventress.
Kinda, yeah.
And then looking at the case breakdown, so these were 2 through 6, and Jedi Master Soul and May, the assassin, are going to be 2 packs. The other 3 are going to be single pack, and then the only one we haven't seen is number 1 in the line, which we're assuming is going to be the Acolyte, like the main Sith villain. That's what I think. I
gonna put my money on it being the Wookiee Jedi.
Ooh, that would be cool.
That would
maybe
be very
Yoda.
Cool.
I don't think it's gonna be a Yoda.
I don't think they would go that far into the line without having the main villain in it, because I think
have you seen some of the other lines they've done?
It's true.
Well,
particularly for this initial one, when the reveal of the main villain is a surprise, and this is supposed to run multiple seasons. That's the plan on it anyway. Is the potential?
What other line has a villain come really late, like the main villain of the show? Because Kenobi, Vader's like the 2nd or 3rd figure, right?
Well,
and then
think of that first Ahsoka line. When are we getting Thrawn?
Yeah, I mean that's true. But Baylan and Shin were kind of more prominent in the show for the overall.
But the main villain, everyone would have wanted, and everyone wanted to see.
But he didn't show up until like episode 5.
Right. So, but I don't think this villain is going to be revealed as the main villain. I just don't think.
Well, I thought, isn't the show, like the main characters of the show are the villains? So I feel like he would have to be.
We also don't know of the rest of those announcements that are already known who may be the villain. I mean, that's part of the mystery of this thing is we don't know any of this going in.
I think this will be.
But I think to have a Jedi Wookiee, that's a pretty big thing that people are going to be asking about.
And it'd be cool if it was an all new sculpt, and the Jedi Wookiee looks really cool. Side note, there's a potential that we get a Plo Koon out of this because it looks like he's in the trailer. And I didn't believe this, but I looked it up, and he died at 385 years old. So,
that's in Legends. That's not confirmed
that was on
in modern canon.
That's all I'm saying.
But I think in Wikipedia it states also a lot of vagueness about all that.
Okay. Well, I'm saying
at the very least, it's one of his species. At the very least,
they pull a lot from Legends when doing these new shows. So I feel like
it definitely looks like a Plo Koon.
I think it's going to be Oppo Rensis. I think that's who we're getting.
Okay.
Finally.
Just finally getting that Oppo.
That and Yarrow Poof.
Just having that head go back and forth.
And his ladle. He's got to come with a ladle, right? Or is that going to be the exclusive?
Nope.
He's got that mac and cheese. He's got the mac and cheese.
He's vibing back there. That's what he is.
I'm hoping it's Plo. But I do think
we could also get a Yaddle.
Yaddle would be cool if she pops up in the Acolyte. Or any of them. Yoda, Yaddle.
We'll talk about that in a second.
What Plagueis?
I don't think it's going to be Plagueis. I don't think the timeline's right for Plagueis.
I don't think Plague. I think people have. It's 100 years. Like I don't think we'll see Plagueis.
I mean, Plagueis is literally an alien. He could. I mean, if Chewbacca lives for 100 or 300.
Well, and we just talked about that with Plo Koon. I just don't. I just don't think.
If he's trying to bring up the Sith, maybe he might be in it.
This is 100 years prior. Like he would be more likely to be an apprentice.
Sure.
in this period than
maybe
the
he's
master.
the acolyte. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's.
But it's great we're having these conversations.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how the show.
Which
plays
means
out.
that we're getting a Darth Tenebris. Finally, a Bith.
We're getting that bit Sith. Sith
That's right,
Bith.
the Sith Bith.
So
Have you checked your Sith Bith to see how your steps are today?
Have you all? Did you all place? Oh, I was going to ask. Have you all placed a pre-order on any of these? Are you all getting all of these, or some
Yes.
of them, or?
I've taken to now because I got the Pulse, the premium for that.
Mhm.
I had to get it for the Ghost because it didn't make sense not to get it for the Ghost.
Yep.
I'm now doing all my pre-orders one figure at a time, all individually through Pulse. So if something should happen or I find it cheaper or whatever, it's a lot easier to break it out and cancel the individual stuff because I'm not penalized for having individual shipments. But yeah, locking in I also like that they don't put a hold on your card
Yep.
ahead of time,
Yeah.
and you have the ability to change the payment method.
Yep.
Yep. Unlike
Yeah, Walmart. Yeah, Walmart.
Yep.
I did make a Walmart order today.
Yeah.
Thanks to Lance Peter Luke. Because he mentioned that they had the credit collection Book of Boba Fett. The
The Boba
Tuscan
Fett. Yeah.
with the better head paint for $10.
Mhm.
So I went on and they don't charge for shipping over 35. So I'm like, oh geez, what am I going to do? I canceled my pre-order on the Grief Karga droid, which got me up to $34. But then I found I had missed the Tython Ruins Boba Fett that was the exclusive, which is also on sale for $10.
I was going to say it's like $10
Right now.
right?
Yeah.
So
And that's a good one.
and I got free shipping, which I didn't have on my initial Karga droid because I didn't get the Night Owl. I figure I'll see that on discount at some point, and it's not
Yeah, probably.
exciting enough to worry about it now.
Which of these Acolyte figures are you all most looking forward to? Like, what's your favorite one from this bunch that we got revealed? For me, it's the Padawan Jackie Lon, this one right here.
I mean, I think
This is
I
the one
like
I'm
all
most
of the head
excited
sculpts on all of them. I think they all have personality, which is a nice. Like, I don't think there's any head sculpt right now that I'm disappointed in. That I think it looks off.
Yeah, I think they all look pretty good.
I think Sol and Indara are both going to be my top, to be honest.
Ken, do you have any in particular or a specific one that you're really excited about, maybe favorite, or are they all just kind of the same because you don't know the characters yet?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, visually, I can still make a determination.
Sure.
No, I like Daphne Keen's Padawan. I think and May is also just the amount of work that's in that, and it's always nice to see them not cutting corners on paint ops on things. So I'm excited about how involved her paint ops are on like her hair and the cloth goods on that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of like the hair. It's like two-toned. It's darker near the roots and then it gets lighter on the edges there, which is a nice touch.
And just the layers on the costuming as well.
Yeah, yeah. And because you have her little skirt here has like a longer, more matte. And
she's got a patterning on the outer robe, on the purple robe. You got that little pattern effect that's happening.
Yeah, it's a good looking figure. It's a good looking figure for sure. Any last thoughts on the Acolyte figures before we jump into the...
I like they have basketball code names.
It's so random. It is really weird. All right,
let's talk pipeline. That's the best. That's the best
the
part.
juicy stuff.
Yeah,
the juicy stuff.
Before we move into that, I just want to point out that it was weird that they called this Imperial March, and there were really no Imperial figures in it
Until the next day.
yeah, right. But that wasn't the Imperial March live stream.
That wasn't the Imperial March live stream.
During the Imperial March live stream, they showed off, even in Vintage Collection, 0 Imperial figures.
Did they do the Stormtrooper, or was that already revealed?
That was
Because they
already
did
revealed.
they did Leia and R2, right? The
Yeah.
Stormtrooper and Vader, they just showed them off.
And then they had
But they
two
weren't
of
revealed. Yeah.
the Acolyte figures.
Yeah.
Such a pedant.
It's just weird. That's all.
Yeah. It is a little strange. All right. Deidre Moreau was the first pipeline, and this was one of the most wanted Andor figures for me. I'm excited to add that one to the shelf. I think she was a very great character. Excited to see her in season 2. And I'm really looking forward to that one. What about you all?
I too would like Dedra Miro.
I very much want her. I'm just very sad that I know she's going to Pegborn because there are some terrible people that won't buy her.
Their loss.
Yeah, I agree.
Their loss.
We'll have it.
And if anyone asks, who's this figure for? The answer is for us.
Please do that voice more.
Who's this figure for? Hello, I'm here to buy the Star Wars figures.
I never understand the who's this figure for, or just saying that
Me.
something's going to Pegworm, or
Yep.
there are myriad factors for that, including people being jerks about it. But
Yeah, I'm excited
Me.
for DJ. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
If we get Deidre, though, we need a Cyril. Like, we need a Cyril.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Cyril Karn.
And we need her boss, the guy from Game of Thrones. I can never remember his name for the life of me.
Sure. We also need a Yularen.
Yularen also. We need all of them. We need all of them.
well, but we also need Cyril Karn's blue collar
Oh, yes.
sidekick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
The angry Scotsman.
Yeah. We need more portly figures in the line.
100%.
Period.
Yes.
The one that
I want
curses.
representation.
Hashtag justice for
Wilbon.
Jack.
Wilbon wants representation. We all want representation of the larger dudes.
I feel unrepresented in that conversation, by the way.
I don't care.
It's not like there's not enough Hans and Lukes and
Yeah, I think
Greedos.
I think you're good.
Yes. You're basically
Um,
C-3PO.
I'm taking that as an insult, by the way.
You shouldn't.
No.
So Imperial Armored Commando. This one is amazing. I'm probably gonna have to get 2, maybe 3 of these. I'm assuming the figure is gonna look really good because the character design looks amazing. So if the figure, I'm assuming the figure will be great because they normally do troopers very, very well. I'm hyped for this one.
Here's my one caveat for this. They have to make the backpack so it's compatible with Din Djarin, the new one.
Oh, because he does wear the Imperial Commando jetpack.
Yep.
That's very scene specific. I might have to put that on the shelf now that you reminded me. So thanks, Mike, and again,
You're welcome.
buy an extra one.
Which gives you a reason to buy the Mines of Mandalore.
God, no. I will pre-order a second Glavis Ringworld and wait a year. I will not support that release. Because it's crappy practice, Hasbro. Crappy practice. Kane, are you in on the Imperial Armored Commando?
Yeah, I mean, it's not setting the world on fire for me. There's a certain point where if they're not named characters to have that emotional attachment to, which is like, great, I have a representation of that trooper in my collection.
So you're not an army builder? You're not going to buy like 5 of them?
No, there's
You need the whole squad.
The only thing that, as far as army builds, is when they're ones that are balance builds. Like I had to get a second Imperial Guard for Palpatine.
Yeah, that's a must for sure. Yeah.
Stuff like that,
sure.
where I for
You need a
display
flank on each
purposes.
side, yeah.
If it's just for the collection, then no, I don't need. How
You
many
don't need a
different
squad.
variations?
Yeah.
Unless they're dirt cheap. Like if I'm picking up
Sure.
$5 501st, fine. I'll pick up an extra 501st or 2.
I'll
Man, I
probably
picked
buy
up
2
8
of
of
these
them for
guys. I feel
20.
like 2 is a good number for my shelves.
I'll probably do 2 also. I think these will be good.
But we need,
Unless-
like a Moff Gideon. Whereas,
Oh, for sure.
That's
For sure,
what we
a
need.
Moff
Yeah.
Gideon, yeah.
why is
And
that?
that's why I would want 2 is so I could have a Moff Gideon and then
Flanked.
2 of these.
You
guys
need
to
flanking.
flank him. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
And then some Landspeeder Luke clone tubes for
course.
that hallway.
Of course. It all
Right.
comes together.
Yeah. And then they pipelined Ahsoka Tano on Peridia, so this is going to be her white outfit. The picture doesn't show her cloak, and she wasn't released with the cloak in the other mainline packs of her. Mike, what's your confidence level that they're going to include the white cloak with it also?
I didn't even consider them not, and now that you've said that, I'm so mad at you specifically. I'm not mad at Hasbro.
You're not looking forward to Ahsoka Tano Mercenary?
I was about to say they're going to make a Walmart or a Target exclusive.
Or like it's an Amazon exclusive 3-pack.
In 6 months.
Yeah. With another Din Djarin. Well, if they do another Din Djarin.
With the Mandalorian, the Minds of Mandalorian packed in for you.
Right. They'll do another Sabine and she'll have her cloak. Right. And then they'll put the Ahsoka with her cloak in an Amazon.
Like a pretty Outlands
2-pack or something. Yeah.
2 or 3-pack or something.
Don't forget another Grogu.
They'll also throw in the Force Ghost Anakin from the end. So it's like the 3-pack scene. But yeah, I mean, I'm in on this regardless.
Yep.
I really want the cloak, but I'm at like a 40% confidence level that they're going to give it to us. Specifically since they picked a picture where she's piloting a ship and not wearing the cloak.
Yeah.
Because they're usually pretty spot on.
They're usually pretty. Yeah, they're usually.
There's been one or two
what they chose. Yeah,
that have been a little different, but they're usually pretty spot on with the pictures they pick.
There's only 3 Ahsokas I want so far from the Ahsoka show. We got one that I didn't need to buy because I've already got it. There's this one, and then if they give us the spacesuit one that she wore for 2 minutes when she did that really fast outfit change to go outside and lightsaber.
Now, do you want this one to have removable headpiece?
You know what? I don't need it. I don't need it to have it. I think it would be cool just to have her in a headpiece. I think that'd be a really cool, just like look for her. I really like the look of her in that spacesuit. I'm a sucker for spacesuits. Yeah, the spacesuit's
cool.
Yeah.
And is there any other outfits you had in the show?
I don't think so, honestly.
I think
you know what I don't want them to do? You have a head sculpt of her without her little like.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant with the removable headpiece.
Yo, no.
Oh, that seems unnecessary.
No. I thought you meant.
I thought you meant the space.
You don't like that transition? Is that not?
That's just on a list of things that you shouldn't see. It's like walking in and seeing your mom naked. Like
I feel like I was intruding when I saw that.
I don't want to see it. Yeah.
I feel like I was intruding on her personal space.
Naked.
You know?
Yeah. No, thank you.
Ken, are you in on Peridia Ahsoka or?
Yeah. No, I mean you kind of have to have the Ahsoka the white look.
You have to.
And as has been pointed out by Frederick from Frederick's Figures, that costume is different.
Yep.
It is not a repaint. It is a wholly different costume, and
it's not a
better be treated as such.
Right. It's not a race situation like in Force Awakens where they just painted it a different color for The Last Jedi, which always bugged me.
Yep. But here's a great one. Captain Enoch, a Night Trooper 2-pack, which is a Walmart exclusive. I'm in on this for sure. But rest assured, they're going to do the same exact thing they did with the Super Battle Droid. And I'm pretty sure soon after they'll release the Enoch as a solo figure.
Are you sure that's the one they'd release solo and not the Army Builder?
I don't think it'll be an Army Builder. I bet you it'll be different deco on the Night Trooper.
Right.
And this will be exclusive to the pack. Enoch gets to be a reuse.
That's what I thought. That's
and
what
get a different ribbon banding and
which I'd be okay with. Yep.
Yeah, I think they'll do Enoch separately, and then they'll do a different Night Trooper ribbon. Maybe the dark helmet version will be the solo release.
Well, then I'd have to buy this one just to get that specific ribbon trooper look. Honestly,
yeah. Well, I'm getting this
and the flanking argument,
right?
Yeah, well I'll get Enoch, and then I just won't buy the solo Enoch because he's a.
But I don't want an identical ribbon banded Night
That's
Trooper.
what I'm saying. That's the problem I'm going to have. Is they had so many different looks. They were Army Builders, but they were also all visibly.
Right, which TVC is doing that 4-pack with Enoch and 3 different variations. That it's all swappable pieces. I mean, that's the other way they could attempt to do this.
Yeah,
is you can pop heads and swap things to make variations.
Yeah, well, that brings up a good point.
They could
do kind of what they're doing with the Clones of the Republic line or here, whatever it's called, and then just do a Troopers of the Empire subline.
I'd be down. I'd be down for that. Yeah,
I'd definitely be down on that. But I'm glad we got confirmation we're getting a Captain Enoch. It's locked behind a 2-pack for now, but I feel like they'll solo release it eventually.
I feel like it's a better 2-pack to be locked behind than the battle droid with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because this is something at least. Because I could understand people not really caring about the C-3PO head on the battle droid, especially since there's not an alt head to get the normal battle droid. But this, you actually get a cool stormtrooper with it. So but the most exciting one, in my humble opinion, and I think most people's opinion, we're getting a Yoda and Clone Commander Gree that is going to be Disney Store and Hasbro Pulse exclusive. Until, of course, they eventually give them to Big Bad Toy Store and Entertainment Earth in a year and a half.
Well, I don't know because
or Ross Dress for Less.
This is the second in the Clones of the Republic line, and the first one with the mace sold out real fast. And
that's true. I was just thinking since it was Disney Store and they've given a couple other rows, but you're right. The 2-packs for the clones are selling really well. Like they're doing really good. And I think since this Yoda includes his Jedi Council chair, which is crazy. I never thought that Black Series would do that.
Can we talk about Eric there for a second?
Please do. I'm giving you the floor.
I just felt so bad for him because he wanted to talk about this. He wanted to talk about the chair. He wanted to talk about how they're doing a more realistic look than this is obviously from the Clone Wars. And Jing just shut him down. Just shut him down. Which I get. He's probably not like these things aren't probably far enough along to talk about. Like they're just announcing names. They rarely give us details at a pipeline reveal.
But you could just tell he wanted to talk about it, and he
wanted to talk about it so bad. And here's the thing: I wanted him to talk about it because I have 1,000 questions about this.
But also, it's not like it was a slip. This is a pre-record of a stream where that could have been easily edited out. So I think that was all manufactured as a moment. And
I had that thought too. And you basically just confirmed it because you're right. It is pre-recorded. They could have edited it out, done another take or whatever. It wouldn't have been an issue.
Yeah. I think this was a calculated, you may not be super excited, but but make it seem like forbidden info that's slipped out.
Let's turn up the excitement a little bit. Yeah. That's a good point.
All right. Very Although I'm curious to see what Yoda, like how faithful it is to prequel Yoda.
Yes,
they said it'll be a realistic design. That's what Eric
realistic
said,
design is a prequel Yoda, but it's not Dagobah Yoda.
Right? Like, is he a new mold? Is he? Yeah. Is it a reuse of the original mold? Is it an updated mold?
Are we getting? I'm tired of seeing that great looking SH Figure Arts Yoda on a certain person's stream who keeps talking about how expensive and hard to find it is and how great it is and. Seeing how wonderful it looks and knowing that there's never been a prequel Yoda to capture that.
It's crazy if this is how we get our first prequel Yoda, but I'm okay with it. I'm very okay with it.
100% okay with it. He comes with a Jedi Council chair, like world building in the Black Series. Think about how crazy it is that we're getting world building in.
No, unless he has his hover chair, I'm not. It's a no for me.
I want a pram
and a youngling packet.
Yeah.
I do feel like it is going to be a little weird having Yoda just sitting in the Jedi Council chair and nobody else around it. So hopefully we get some packs maybe eventually, or maybe I can 3D print some other ones. But
I'm sure they'd love to sell another Mace Windu.
If they came with a Mace Windu with a Jedi chair, I'd buy it. Kiadi Mundi, another Kiadi Mundi with a Jedi chair, I'd buy it. Wouldn't even think about it.
Obi-Wan.
Up over NCC.
Francis.
Yaddle. Let's do it.
I mean, Yaddle's going to use the same. So, how many of these chairs are reused? So obviously, the humanoid ones that are more standard body shape have the regular chairs.
Yep. Well, like Oppo's a snake person, right? He's got
a unique chair.
Yeah.
Yoda and Yaddle and what's his face? The one that
Evan Peel.
Evan Peel also has the smaller chair, so they'd be reuse on theirs. Because then we got multiple versions of the council to sort through too.
Yep. You have episode 1, which Evan Peel's dead, Yaddle's dead.
Mm-hmm.
By the time we get to Revenge of the Sith Council.
Yeah, we get like Stas Ali on there, and Depa Balaba was in episode 1, but not in episode 2. But she didn't die. So what's going on there?
Luminara.
Luminar and Dooley.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Your favorite, Kiadi Mundi.
Kiadi Mundi. You got to.
He has the same share throughout.
Yep.
Yeah. So this 2-pack, I was a little disappointed when they said Gree was going to be his comic inspired look, which is this look right here with just the green stripe down the middle. I was hoping it was going to be his episode 3 look on the 3.0 mold. So that's a little disappointing for me because this would have been a great time to get that back in the line. But this is still going to be a great set. I just love his episode 3 look so much with all the camo, green and silver.
But then it goes into that argument of, do you just want something that, while not great posable, we still have a representation of, or do you want a new representation of a character?
Yeah, I would rather have the new updated 3.0 Gree rather than the comic Gree.
If memory serves me, Gree was the first figure that was more expensive because of his paint.
Because of paint.
He was a Toys R Us exclusive, and I'm pretty sure he was $24.99. And I remember paying that back then and thinking, wow, this is very expensive.
But aren't
now
we?
Look at you.
This being the comic version,
yeah,
isn't this the exact same thing? We're just swapping the green for the purple that we're getting with the Mace Windu set. So are we going to get the same exact type of clone with just a slight variation on the?
I don't think that. Does the Mace Windu clone have just one stripe down the middle? I don't.
If only
man, if only there were a website.
I'm googling it.
Look this up on. I could just.
While you do that, I have to quickly step away for a second because I think someone's at the door.
Oh God!
So if you guys continue,
it's Dan Larson.
I'm not allowed to stream with you all anymore. Dan says no. So if you want to remove me for just a second, I'll be back in a second.
Yeah.
So I have it up here. I can share.
I just looked. It does not have the stripe.
Yeah, it's more of a Can you see that on there? Oh, I gotta add it. Yeah, it's just it's not a stripe. So it's not necessarily just the same pattern.
Well, and that's the other question, because is this a phase 3 or a phase 2 trooper? I'm pretty sure it's a phase 2.
This is 2.0 though.
The 2.0, that's what I mean. Yeah. So would that one be a 2.0 or a 3.0 trooper as well, you know?
Ah, you got me sad now. But I feel like since this is pipelined.
Yeah.
Right? It has to be pretty far in advance. I feel like it'd be 3 because the 2-pack, the Target 2-pack, the Ahsoka show 2-pack with the lieutenant, well, the quote unquote lieutenant and the Ahsoka trooper, those are both 3.0. So I feel like the Mace was probably planned before 3.0 came out.
Could be.
And then maybe that was like after the cusp of whenever they finished 3.0, so they were able to put the 2-pack, that 2-pack on the 3.0.
I think what's throwing us off there is he's got the removable helmet. The clone trooper does, which they didn't really do.
They didn't do a lot of
body. Yeah. Like it had it, but they never like
took
advantage of it.
Put it on there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm excited for it. I mean, it does suck that it is a 2.0, but it is a cool design. So I'm excited for that Mace to ship. And now I can finally remove that Tartakovsky Mace from the shelf.
Oh, mine already came down. Yeah. I was in anticipation of the new one. Mine already came down.
Yeah. Which I'm still kicking myself for even opening it because
same. All of those. I wish I had not opened any of those Clone Wars ones from Walmart, because I just even the Clone Trooper, I just don't care about having him on the shelf.
I like the Clone Trooper on the shelf because at least he looks like he could be part of the army, like still.
True.
But having that one on card would look really cool. But I do have the Grievous still on card right there. But you have another chance to get a Grievous on that card, on a different card, but on card.
I do,
which we'll talk about here soon. Well, while we wait for Ken, I don't know what do we have to talk about.
Well, here, let's.
Well, 'cause we
while
don't
we're
wanna, like,
waiting for
continue.
Ken, let's take like a 1 minute break because my medication makes me have to go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna.
Okay.
It's gonna be 30
So
seconds. Though.
rare podcast.
Rare podcast break. Yeah.
So I'm assuming we'll cut this out of the audio podcast, which is nice. But I'm going to need to rely on the people in the chat to ask me a question or start a conversation because I don't know what to talk about. So if somebody's in the chat, say something so we can kill some time here while we wait on people to get back. Oh, Ken's back.
Hey,
Ken, you're back.
Hi,
It was
look,
at
I
the door.
saved you. I saved you from having to improv.
Right in time too. Yeah, right in time. So this is a Patreon member exclusive. We're gonna cut this out
Yeah.
of the audio release. That wasn't.
Dan. Mike was
that wasn't-
ignoring his text about doing a unannounced live stream right now, so
Oh, of course.
I'm supposed to collect Mike to hop off and
course.
go do that.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right. We still got more reveals, buddy.
It's been big for not doing all of that during the thing that was supposed to be the time when they did a lot of those reveals.
No, right?
That tea made me have to.
Dan says you have to come on his live stream now. Mike, I'm sorry. You're being
Right now?
called. Yeah, you're being.
Yeah, you're kicked off.
I thought he's doing that tomorrow night.
You know what? It's whenever he needs you, you need to be there. And
Well, he already like was mad at me for not being able to do it last week because I was sick. I'm pretty sure he's having the voice of Gambit from the X-Men 97 cartoon tomorrow night, and I'm going to be on there as well.
you just need to start showing up as different characters.
just have like a mustache.
Just pick a character. Every time you show up, it's someone new. Just
Hey,
make it
y'all.
a performance.
My name is Mike Case. My name is Gary Chalka.
Yeah.
Like that's a voice. He's a voice actor. I don't know why.
I guarantee we're here to talk about the action figures.
You know, I think his name's AJ, and I'm resisting this. I'm like, AJ, my favorite character you voiced was additional voices. I just thought you did a good job as additional voices, because that's like, I looked him up on IMDb, and that's like everything he's been in. Additional voices.
You show up. You're Jerry Lawson, the king of the temp track. You're the guy they call in to lay down temp tracks and be replaced later on.
That's it. I'm the temp guy.
Okay, so he's not. So he doesn't have.
He's a different color pattern.
No, he does not have a stripe.
Okay, so basically, then I'm confusing. Is he more closer to like a regular 501st paint job with that stripe that the 501st has running down the middle?
I mean, yeah, I guess it kind of seems like that way, where he has like
Could be.
the shoulders are colored, but it looks like he has more green color on his legs in that comic.
Is that me or is that Zach? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I couldn't
Can
hear
you-
Zach.
Can you hear me?
I can
Are
hear
we
you,
good now?
Zach.
Wow, I can't hear Zach. Hold on.
Boy, has he muted just you, Zach? Is that how it,
Ow.
what it's
So,
gotten
so.
to?
I think he might have blocked me.
Hold on.
I bet Dan told him to.
That's what it is.
This is how he sows division between the
Right.
two. This is how he claims them.
Yeah, good luck to Mike editing this together to make it all.
That fixed it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, good luck to you editing this together for the audio.
Oh, it's going to be a pain in the ass. All right, let's give it a hard break. Back in now. All right.
So it looks like he has green on his legs, unlike the 501st Trooper. Looks like he has more green. So I don't know how the comic looks though, other than this one still frame, but he'll probably have a unique paint design. It's just not his Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith.
Also, that's
color
not a
scheme.
strong green in the comic either. That's not demonstrably green.
Well, it could be based off, because you know how in comics they're different based off which page you look at.
Is it Yoda green? Like it's the same.
Yeah, but you can look at the Yoda in that image that you're showing that they used, and that Yoda you can look at and see. I see that's green. Whereas green looks gray to me.
His green looks like it'll be more of a forest green, maybe maybe more of a like an olive type green. I don't know how to explain.
So he's 70s. He's a 70s
Clone.
refrigerator clone.
Yeah, but I'm sure it'll still be a cool design. It's just I would have preferred the Episode 3 look because it's one of the coolest designs we
We'll
have.
get it. We'll get it. We'll get all these things.
Crossed. Fingers crossed.
They're never going to stop giving us clones. we're going to get all the clones.
That's very true.
So 2 things. Number 1, do you think they're going to have him with his unique hairstyle where he has like the 2 patches back there? Because the other clone that came with the mace also has a removable helmet. So I'm curious about that. Number
That's
2.
interesting.
Number 2, Luminar and Dooley is Commander Gree's clone. So why is he with Yoda?
That's why it made sense if he's the episode 3 version, because at least they're in the same scene and he's literally trying to kill him on Order 66.
You ask a lot of questions that you're never going to get answered.
No, I'm not. But like if you look it up, every Jedi is, it's Obi-Wan and Cody and Anakin and Rex and Wolf and Plo Koon, and then it's Gree and Luminar and Dooley.
I mean, can you imagine if that's how we get a Plo Koon Clone Wars release is paired with Wolf in these sets?
That'd be cool.
I would love it, especially if we got an updated Wolf on the newer body.
And Wolf's big in Bad Batch.
Yeah,
he's back.
Mm-hmm.
He is back in Bad Batch. He's back Batch.
Execute Order 67. Just Mike.
Bye.
So maybe instead of each Jedi and their clone commander, it's just going to be the Jedi and a clone colored the color of their lightsaber. Because we're getting the purple one with Mace and the green one with
Mace isn't getting a named clone. He's just getting a member of
the Legion. Yeah,
the Legion. So it's weird that Yoda's getting a named clone.
I'm trying to remember this because there's so many episodes. Did Mace have a specific clone in the battalion he worked with that you would readily identify as that's Mace's go-to?
Well, he had. I don't know if it was a named. I can't name him, but I can know that the color scheme's more of that maroon Walgreens exclusive that we've already had released.
But certainly hasn't attained A-list clone status.
Oh no, because those are quick
right.
shots.
Clone Commander Pons is Mace Windu's clone commander.
C-list clone at best.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you don't get the box set Pons.
Yeah. It is, and it is a 187th, which is what they got. But again, they're giving him the purple one, which is the made-up color that Kenner did instead of the actual color that's canon.
Yeah, and then they did the Lego set purple.
Right, because it's made up because they did it off of Kenner's,
So really, we just have to now, this solidifies, people just are going to have to relax because these are going to be all over the place as far as the choices that are made on these. No one can predict who's getting what and why and how. No.
It is entertainment agnostic, and they specifically said that. And thank you, Patrick, for all that you've done with the Black Series, specifically giving us that specific phrase.
The one thing he'll be remembered for is entertainment agnostic.
I call it entertainment pick a mix.
So are you all ready for the next day, which was
overall? I will say overall pipelines. Mwah.
Pipeline was the best part of the stream. Like the Jedi are cool, but what really has me excited is the pipeline. Like these are banger pipelines in my opinion.
Agreed.
I did kind of want to do an overall pipeline, overlook what's everything in the pipeline, but I kind of forgot to add that in. So Mike, do you have your list?
Oh, I've got it.
You have your list? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Because I actually haven't added these in yet.
Okay, so read off your list, and then we'll essentially just read off these.
Sure.
Well, the ones we've talked about today, plus what Mike has.
Plus what I have. So let's see. In the pipeline right now, we have R5D4 and pit droids. And that's a Target multi-pack coming out.
Is that 2 pit droids with that, or is it just... It's 2 pit droids, right?
I think 3. I think it's 3, actually.
You got to hype this up, Mike.
Sorry, okay.
In the pipeline right now.
We've got Nadon.
Weighing in at 3 ounces. And
yeah, sure. Because I kind of want to do it like a wrestling thing. Like, all right, brother, we're getting Nadon now.
Yeah, give us your promo. Give us your promo for these.
Yeah, turn heel. Give us your promo.
Next, you'll need the whole peg for this amount of plastic we're coming at you with. with the Mandalorian Night Owl, but not the girl one, the boy one.
Oh, be careful what you ask for.
I know, right? No.
I did this to myself.
I don't think I can actually keep that up because it's hurting my throat.
No, yeah, this is how we blow your voice out.
Yeah. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to try to cut off all my coughs out too. I've been trying to mute myself, but sometimes it happens. Anyways, I could take the Inquisitor, Cal Kestis, and Second Sister and Purge Trooper off because that went up for pre-order, so it's no longer a pipeline.
I forgot to add that in here, by the way, even though you said we should.
It's okay. We all know it. We've all seen it. We all talked about it. It's fine. I mean, did you pre-order it?
Yes, and then I canceled it.
I pre-ordered it, but I have every intention of probably canceling it. But
yeah,
remember how we were like, I don't want it. I'm not going to pre-order it.
And then we talked ourselves into it.
And then we talked ourselves into it.
A couple days ago, I was looking at the pre-order and I was like, yeah, even though it's $5 cheaper than we expected it, I'm just not feeling it as much. And I feel like right now, I don't want to have anything on pre-order that I'm not really excited for. So I felt like it was just made more sense to cancel the pre-order, and then maybe I'll buy it if it's in stock if I make that decision. But it's not something I want to have pre-ordered right now.
Sure.
I just not going lower than the SRP.
I was about to say that Black Friday 80% off's calling my name on that one.
For sure.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I just think there's going to be initial rush for it because of the Second Sister and the Cal. People really want that Jedi, the Inquisitor Cal, honestly.
Yeah, that's a cool. It's a lot more new than we thought.
It's a lot more new than we thought. I thought they just popped his head on the third brother.
But I was also looking at my video game shelf and how full it is.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I was like, I don't need that.
I didn't think the sculpt on the head was wow enough to blow it away. I mean, I don't think they've done a perfect Cal sculpt yet.
Agreed. The second one's better than the first one for sure. But it's not like perfect. It's not as good as some of the really good ones we've gotten. That's for sure.
Right. It's not enough to where I go, I gotta have that because it looks great.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, we got Darth Sidious.
Yes.
We have a Clone Trooper Battle Droid 2-pack. We have the Last Command 4-pack. We have IG-12. A Droid 3-pack from the Jedi Survivor. And then a standalone Super Battle Droid. So then we're adding these 5 figures on top of those.
All right.
So considering we have another week of Imperial March announcements?
Yep.
Who do you think we'll see announced next week from that pipeline? If there's any potential. If there's any potential.
If they showed the Sidious, because he's literally started the Empire.
The Imperial part means nothing. We've already established that. You're not getting.
That's true.
They're gonna reveal a new
so the oldest
Rebel
one
pilot
on here, the oldest ones on here are R5D4 and Pit Droid, Memon Nadon, and those are the 2 oldest ones on here.
I mean, even though we've seen him, there's no pre-order. Can't we still consider Ki-Adi-Mundi part of the pipeline until they actually put up
because he's been officially announced.
We've actually seen the figure.
Yeah.
But pipeline is when we've only
So
seen,
when do you think we'll get the for sale on that?
Oh, I think within the month, honestly, because the Yak Face thing said they were hitting ports about a month ago. Yeah. It was like an 8-week from hitting port to starting distribution.
Can you imagine hearing nothing but just walking into a store and there it is, just sitting there? I mean,
it's going to be the same thing that happened with the Endor Rebel Soldier because they were announced on the same day. What's going to happen is some small place like Nerdzoic is going to get them in, put them up for pre-order, and then everyone else is going to put them up for pre-order.
And then they're shipping the next day.
And then, yeah. That's what's going to happen.
And you're buying at least 2 each, right?
Oh,
because that's your guy. Yeah.
I want a clone. So my ideal Clone Wars was there's just a clone army of just Ki-Adi-Mundi. Remember back in the day?
God.
But that's like his harem, right? Is all his clones. That's Kiadi's battalion is just that's like his they all just hang out. Just free love.
No woman or man will be safe from Kiadi Mundi's advances.
The galaxy is in trouble if they.
He's going to be. He has so many wild oats, and he's going to sow them all.
So basically, you're saying he's the Leisure Suit Larry of Jedi.
100%.
Just as smarmy, just as off-putting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Absolutely. So I feel like we have to talk about this. This is pretty big. Yakface came on our podcast. His intel said this was a 5-pack. And potentially a con exclusive. It looks like it's still pretty crazy that he was pretty close.
He was obviously right.
Obviously, there was some disconnect in his source and what actually happened. Like maybe there's another 2-pack out there, but the source
I was thinking that too. Maybe there's a 2-pack. Yeah.
I still think there might be a 5-pack as a convention exclusive that adds 2 more figures to this.
I was gonna say that still could happen. But we have this Masters of Evil Amazon exclusive 3-pack, which this would have made a lot of sense if they announced this on the Imperial March fan stream. That would have actually made the title of the fan stream accurate.
It's really weird. It's really weird that the day after the Imperial March fan stream they give us a 3-pack.
but they did say that. Let's put it in context that there was a big event at the Empire State Building today.
True.
Yes,
and this was the thing that they held back for reveal on the day when you had Vader and everyone show up at including Carson Teva is there.
Yes.
Paul Sun Young Lee is on site. No figure announcement for him.
Hayden Christensen's there. He's at the Empire State Building today. I saw.
Yeah, he flipped the switch, didn't he, to turn the lights on for the theming?
Oh, did he? I didn't see that.
They're lighting it for Imperial colors. The Empire State Building for it.
Maybe that's what I'll ask him. I'll say, hey, how was the Empire State Building? And then by the time he can answer, they'll be shoving me out the door.
Ask him if he went to go see the 3D film starring James Doohan doing a not Scotty.
I was going to say Scotty Jr.
guiding you through a fly-through of New York City on a film that is almost literally falling apart as you watch it. It is so old and unmaintained.
Wow,
an experience in the Empire State Building.
Great.
Ask him if you saw
wonderful. I did. This is pretty funny. Masters of Evil and Grievous, because I kind of had the same thought. I was like, Grievous does not fit in this.
But also not the movie Grievous. Like this feels like a pack where they went, we still haven't sold through on the Walmart exclusive. Where can we stick these things?
So let's start at the beginning here.
Let's talk about the packaging real quick.
Let's talk about the packaging. So So the packaging is great. It's like the 3 cards in a box thing where we've kind of seen this before, but it clearly has Gregory Titus artwork on here. And me being friends with him now because he's been on our show and I chat with him every once in a while, I just said, hey man, I'm just curious, like, did you do all of this or did they reuse your work? Is the Thrawn? I don't think he's ever done Thrawn before. And
not that Thrawn.
Right. Not that Thrawn. Yeah. So he said that the Vader and the Grievous are old ones he's done, and the Thrawn is not his. He didn't give me anything extra on that, just that the Thrawn is not his. It's in case anyone's curious.
Good intel. I like it. So the packaging is pretty cool. I actually had a thought. What if we lived in an alternate universe, what if instead of a standard box packaging that they revealed the other day, what if this was the new Black Series standard packaging? It was like a TVC style card and bubble, but it was Black Series inspired like this. Like, what if every mainline figure came like this? How would you
essentially packaged sort of like a big TVC figure? Yeah,
it's like a retro. Exactly. Yeah, like you would go to the store and you would see this Vader, this Grievous, and this Thrawn on shelf. Like, this is the new mainline. How would you feel about that?
It's not collector friendly. I mean, I wouldn't care.
It's not collector friendly, but as an opener, it's fine. And
yeah. I mean, it's like Archive, honestly.
Mm-hmm. I like this.
I'd be okay if this is what Archive looked like from the future, if this is how they packaged Archive figures.
But these are much easier to pack. I mean, that's the thing that's confusing about this box.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think that they do front to front to fill in the spaces. So you have two bubbles side by side within the pack, but you have a third.
Yep.
So you're going to have dead air
just
space.
A little thicker, like.
Well, you'd have dead air space where you don't have another card back to fill in.
Yeah.
So
another bubble.
It's just a lot of it's a lot of empty airspace in there. That you have one bubble that's unprotected, just going to have open air beside it. So is this going to be a cardboard insert in there? Because you got to worry about crush potential as well. So it's got to be protected against that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm not getting it, so if one of you all get it, let me know.
You say that now.
I put a pre-order on it just because, it's like, it makes me feel better. But and here's why I did. I'm a sucker for that Thrawn, and this has a date of coming out sooner than the standalone Thrawn does.
Does it?
Yes. But also, I'm super curious about the Ysalamiri he comes with. And I don't even know why he comes with it, because that's not part of the show. They're not doing anything with these little force bubble creature guys that nullify the force. It was part of the books. And one came with the heir to the Empire, Luke, and mine is sitting on Thrawn's shoulders on my shelves. But I will say, he doesn't sit on his shoulders as well as this one does. So I'm thinking, is this a different Ysalamiri? I'm super curious about. I have so many questions on it that I wish they had some sort of live stream where they could have explained all the differences. And
maybe this is why they didn't.
I'm just so curious about.
So they don't have to talk about it.
Maybe they can't have a pre-recorded slip. Revealing.
I just want to know so much about this. First, I mean, the Thrawn looks great. It's the Thrawn I already have on pre-order. If I get it here, I don't have to buy that one. So that, to me, that's $25 and I'm due. But at the same time, I don't need another Vader. And I already took specifically that Grievous off my shelf. It's right here.
Yeah. Let's talk about those two real quick while Mike's getting that. It's so weird. Like, this pack is so random, but it is the Empire Strikes Back Vader, which is arguably one of the best Vaders we have. It's right up there. That and the Duel's End, I think, are the top two.
But it's not the best.
Well, which one do you think is the best?
I would think that the Dark Time, the more recent Vader that came out for
the Duel's End Vader.
Yeah.
No,
you don't think that's the
A New Hope one? That's basically just a reprint of the A New Hope one with the
Duel's End one.
No, the Kenobi.
The Dark Times
no, the
one.
Kenobi one. The
Kenobi one.
Kenobi one is just a New Hope one.
It's a New Hope one with the tunic under the armor.
Yeah,
the Empire Strikes Back one is the best Vader because it has butterflies.
It also I know
the
Kenobi
New
Hope has the dual wrists that go up and down, side to side.
But I think this one and the Duel's End are the best Vader. So at least they gave a really great Vader in the pack.
Sure.
It's just so weird they included Grievous. And
the Grievous is bizarre. The Grievous is just bizarre.
Yeah, why the Clone Wars coloration novelty Grievous?
It's confusing. Like, if this were... Imagine if they didn't do the GameStop exclusive battle damage and this Grievous was the battle damage one.
But why? But also, why not the Emperor? They had a ton of those. I've seen them at Ollie's.
Yep.
Maybe that's why.
They have plenty of Emperors. But I don't know who this pack is for. Like, who is this supposed to... I mean, you can get that Grievous still cheap, too, on the secondary market.
Yeah, so the pack...
And the Thrawn, I thought they're showing this as... I'm looking at... It says expected release January 1st, 2025. That's the same as the Thrawn. The individual Thrawn.
Says, my individual Thrawn says spring 2025.
Mine says January. I think that's on Hasbro Pulse right now for the pre-order, isn't it?
Oh, maybe they
updated it since they.
That was what they when I pre-ordered it. That's what they said.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's January 1st, 2025.
I mean, I'm not calling you a liar.
I may be calling me a liar. That's fine.
No, on my email, I'm looking at my email. It says approximately January 1st, 2025. So you're not wrong there. All right.
But do I think either of those are coming out then? No, I think this will be out by summertime.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what was the retail on this pack, Mike?
$90.
90. Well,
$89. Yeah.
If you don't want that Vader, I'll give you a third of the price for it.
So you're seeing 90. I'm seeing 79 on Amazon.
70? Oh,
$79.99.
I might have misremembered. No, you're right. It's $79.99.
Yeah.
Which is still more than the price of just
that's 26 a piece.
Yes. And I will point out that as far as I remember, and I've been wrong like 5 times right now, so I might be wrong again. The Grievous at Walmart was not more expensive, but maybe it was. I'm going to look it up right now.
I don't think it was. I feel like I remember it being the same.
I thought it was too, and that's what
I don't think they released it as a deluxe.
Yeah.
Can I say my favorite part of the listing though?
Please. Go ahead.
This is one that really stuck out with me. Entertainment inspired accessories. This 3-pack comes with a total of 7 accessories for dynamic posability. A great gift for collectors and fans ages 4 and up. So I like it's 5 lightsabers, Isalmeri, and the blaster.
His blaster. That's right.
That's your 7.
That's your 7
packed accessories.
The Thrawn looks great though. This is the first time we've seen the live action Thrawn, and it's weird. It's in a 3-pack and not the solo release.
Yeah, not the digital render.
The new Thrawn body looks fantastic. The face sculpt looks fabulous. Like, this is probably going to be the best Imperial officer we have.
Yeah, but give me a full side profile.
Sure.
I need to know how accurate it is. Don't give me
the back one right there doesn't do it, where he's kind of looking.
No, because his arm is blocking.
If you look at the original one, they've got a kind of a side profile. He's got a bit of a gut for sure. So I looked it up. Grievous was $26.48, but that's the same price that Mace Windu and the ARC Trooper were.
So they didn't make it a deluxe, which is cool.
Correct.
Did they make the GameStop re-release deluxe, the battle damage version? I think they did.
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's in that same bigger box, right?
Yep.
So box size is what deluxe is now instead of figure, I guess.
Well, that's how they show value.
Yeah, $33.99 is the battle damage Grievous. Yeah,
yeah. I'm gonna wait for Black Friday or something on this because I really just want the Vader on card.
You may as well just start calling it Black Series Friday.
Black Series
Friday, perfect. I really just want the Vader
I put a pre-order down on this. I have no intention of keeping it. It was one of those things.
You thought it was because the Thrawn was coming earlier.
I also did that, but I honestly still, I'm not going to buy all 3 of these just for a Thrawn. But the Isalmeri just has me so intrigued. Why does he come with it? He doesn't have one in the show. That's not a thing from the show. Like, why does he come with it and the standalone one doesn't? I just have so many questions.
To be fair, we also don't know yet.
True. Season 2 could get
they may be showing up. Maybe he picked it up just as a pet from Peridia, and it just exists as his house cat.
It could be. And you know what? That would be a cool nod. I'd be okay with that.
Maybe it's not even alive. Maybe it's like a boa. Maybe it's just something, an affectation that he wears.
He talks to it, and everyone's like, is he talking to that?
It's kind of like, wearing like a dodo. It's like a long, extinct creature.
Yeah. Is that different from the current one? Is that a different sculpt when you use Salamiri?
I just feel like it sits on his shoulder better than the one I have.
But that
it looks like it's laying
the nature of his shoulders compared to
it could be
Luke's shoulders.
It's a different mold.
Luke does not have broad shoulders like that.
No. I have mine on Thrawn's shoulders, not this Thrawn, obviously.
Oh, but that's the archive. That's not the archive, the original Black Series, but that has different shoulders than he does.
Correct. You're right. It could just be as simple as it's a different.
Yeah, because I think he has more angled shoulders that slope down more, doesn't he? Like, I think the Lars sculpt maybe has a flatter, broader. I did make him get up. That was my plan all along. I knew if I mentioned it enough.
That's just your goal. You just ask so many questions, people just like, all right, got to get the answer.
And that's what an interviewer does. That's what it is, Zach. See, that's you and Hayden.
The 4 seconds I'll have with Hayden, I'll do my best.
It is the exact same thing.
That's the same. Can you make yours bigger? I'll make you big real quick.
Yeah.
So there is literally no reason to get this set.
Yeah, that's the same.
The paint looks better on it than
That could also just be the lighting and the version
the
they
same
have, the
mold.
prototype.
But
now if he came with like a cigarette smoking hand.
But yeah, so like mine, it just doesn't really like to stay on. It's balanced precariously.
Yeah, he probably has broader shoulders, so it probably lays better. I'm assuming.
Yeah, so
He has a bigger
you
body.
just wholly talked yourself out of this set.
100%. You know what? I'm gonna cancel it.
Canceling it on stream.
On.
And you know what? I'm gonna order it on screen.
Are you really? Are you getting it?
No, no, I am not.
View or
Again, you know what? Much the same as that Cal Kestis set. I'll wait and see if it gets a steep discount. I can't imagine.
Here's what I'm gonna do. The reason for cancellation: item price too high.
There you go.
Oh,
That's
I thought it
the
would have been.
feedback
I
we
ain't
like to
no
see.
fool.
No, I am a fool.
That's the
That's why
feedback we like to see.
No, I mean I pre-order things that when I know it doesn't. It's like pre-ordering is free. It doesn't cost anything to pre-order a figure. Like there's no commitment. No one's gonna come to my house, beat on my door, and be like, "Why didn't you go through with this pre-order? You promised us you'd buy this."
Yeah,
like
they're not Dan Larson.
Yeah, I will throw a pre-order down without a second thought because it doesn't cost anything to do it. And then
Unless it's from Walmart.
Okay. That's why I don't like to pre-order from those places. If I don't have to, I won't pre-order from places that unless I'm absolutely sure, and that's the only way I can get it, I won't pre-order from places like that because I like being able to think about it. Like yes, I'm a yes right now, but if I change my mind in a week or a month or whatever, then I can just do that. It's no harm, no fouls.
Chris Cox is gonna come get you, Mike.
Show up.
So then if this represents,
Yep.
so this is a 3-pack. Your
Yep.
discussion with Yak Face predicted a 5-pack.
Correct.
Right now in this pack, we have the Clone Wars, the Empire, and post-Imperial eras represented, which still leaves 2 active eras that could be represented in a 5-pack. The one we're seeing in the Acolyte as a new era, and the post-Imperial, the sequel era.
And the 2 figures he mentioned were, like Pletho said here, is the Emperor and Maul. So it could be sort of an in-between trilogies 2-pack or something.
Or just a mess of back-ends.
There's absolutely no rhyme or reason to it.
Kind of like this, where you have not even a Clone Wars, a 2D
There's
Clone
no
Wars.
theme here. What's the theme?
They're masters of evil, even though Grievous is far from that. And we've seen that
a
many
Dooku
times.
even would have made more sense than Grievous.
Dooku would have made more sense. Emperor Palpatine would have made more sense. Darth Maul would have made more sense. There's
really
so
just
many-
feels like
Tarkin,
we got a lot
honestly-
of these. It feels like we got a
honestly-
lot of these.
Tarkin would have made more sense than Grievous in this set.
Absolutely.
Tarkin would have made 1,000 times more sense than Grievous.
He's peg warming pretty hard.
This feels like a factory that's ripping open packaged Clone Wars Grievouses from that exclusive.
But
Yeah.
why does Vader? They've already got a Vader coming out in the A-list thing.
But that Vader was from an era of high production, right? That sort of.
I want to know what Vader this is. Like, what Vader is this?
This is ESB Vader.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's ESB Vader.
Well, at least they're releasing the better one.
Yeah,
Right.
they're releasing one of the best Vaders we have.
But then to throw Thrawn in this.
Yeah.
And just attack on an Isalamari just as a
so weird. It's
this, this screams
bizarre.
to me. This screams to me a suit saying, "Find a way to re-release a couple figures and make it creative, and let's make some easy profit."
Like even a way to reuse what they already had that would have been slightly more sense with the Thrawn that we have in canon right now. What from that San Diego set would you have included as a pack-in, as a potential thing to throw in here? Because didn't that have Hera's doll was one of the things, her little childhood?
Yes. Yep.
Even that,
it's her family thing.
The green,
right? But her little
kind of
totem,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
Even that would have been a in canon inclusion.
Yep.
That you could have enticed people going, "Hey, you missed that set. Here's one of the pieces that was in that thing that makes sense in canon."
Or the Jedi Temple Guard helmet which
people would have went gaga over.
Yeah. I honestly, if they had included that in here, I would have bought it just for that.
The Jedi Temple Guard and like a Gree helmet also.
Yeah, because if I could put it on Kanan Jarrus, that's all I care about.
That'd be cool. Yeah, that would have been.
But that goes into the desire for more transparency on the process. Because if they just came out, hey, there's another way to sell these things. Yeah. We need to get these out. This is for people who want to get it. We understand. We get it.
So that's what I was going to ask. I don't want to ask who's this for. I want to try to figure out like who could benefit from this 3-pack where they were like, yeah, I want all 3 of those figures. Obviously, the first answer is in-box collectors that are
completionists. Yeah. New collectors who maybe haven't, because the ESB Vader can be kind of pricey on secondary market. So that's a good Vader to re-release.
Yep. And I do know there are people that prefer the 2003 Grievous over the Revenge of the Sith one, like the look and stuff. It's just so weird.
It's like, I feel like it's
these 3 together. It's 3-pack.
Yeah, it's like also like gift buying maybe online.
Yeah. Well, and
potentially
the Thrawn's not even a figure that's out yet. You know, it's weird.
You know what this makes me wonder? A comment that I think you had mentioned it, Zach, when we were talking about the packaging. Maybe it was you, Mike, but the fact that they've developed a new packaging for this. Maybe this is the kickoff to a Masters of Evil line of releases that are like the archive, that are here's this packaging, here's all evil, and we're going to release. This is our archive series for these villain characters,
just for bad guys.
That gives you exclusive packaging because people love your villains. You can readily identifiable. That's not going to be confused for any other archive release.
Yeah. I like
it is on a vintage style card back orientation that the archive collection is not.
There you go.
Yeah, it's like a modern.
And here's your introductory box 3-pack that kicks off this line. They'll be available separately later, but here is the introductory box of this.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And also, I kind of forgot what I was going to say. That's embarrassing.
I think it's
Mike, I need to start talking.
Yeah, I think it's very plausible. And here's the kicker: if that's true, I'm in trouble because I'd want this, and I would. And this is the kind of thing.
So you're pre-ordering again?
Maybe I'm going back in. Well, no, and because I would have these, but what I like about them is I really do like the presentation of these, and much like the credit collection figures that I have on my wall
carded and hang them up.
Yeah, exactly. I would display these on my shelf as like a display because I feel like the package is part of the display for figures I already have. And
but it also
like a wall art thing.
It makes Yak Face's Intel make sense again, that those are additional characters coming out in this Masters of Evil line.
Sense. I remember what I was going to say. That makes sense because you could also just throw this Masters of Evil line if they're going to do a couple multi-packs again or just more solo figures. You can throw these to Amazon, Fan Channel, Walmart, so they're not actually taking up mainline slots.
And what's great is now you have the clip out to share on social media because we figured this out.
We figured it out.
This is why people need to listen and subscribe to the Black Series Cantina podcast.
Look, I'll clip it and post it on TikTok. I've been doing well on.
We figured it out. We did it. Podcast. We did it. This
and that's why it's important to not just say who's this for and stop there. Like think about it. Like
if you actually have a discussion about it, like we just did, you can kind of get to the bottom of it.
Who is this for? Who would benefit from this? Where could this go?
Because this is a lot of effort.
Yeah.
You could have had these packaged in plain packaging inside that box as just a collection of these figures. There's a lot of effort that went into designing that packaging that's inside a box. Meaning people who buy the box, it's not like it's sitting on the shelf and you're seeing that great packaging inside.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good
point.
So
that only makes sense if you're going to sell these individually at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make sense for them to go and put all that effort into this box and this specific style packaging only to release it this one time. It seems like they're going to be a continuation.
So now if we're viewing this as an archive line for villains, who do you see being re-released in this line?
Oh, well, Maul and Palpatine. Yeah.
Right. Kylo Ren with photoreal.
Yep. Oh, Kylo Ren. I would 100%.
Kylo would be great. Thrawn, or sorry, not Thrawn, Tarkin. So I meant to say Tarkin, maybe even some of the other Imperial officers, but I wouldn't necessarily call them Masters of Evil. So that'd be a little.
Dooku. Get Dooku back out. It's been a while since he's been out.
There's already a pipeline Dooku.
And then they'll take the holocron Darth Maul.
A rumor, I should say.
Yeah, the rumor. They'll take the holocron Darth Maul without the puck and put it in this.
Yeah. The puckless version?
Yeah, puckless. Snoke. Ooh, let's get a Snoke in this.
Get Snoke back out in the line.
Ollie's exclusive Snoke Masters of Evil.
Yeah, but now people want to collect all these card backs.
True.
Looking at Mike. Look at Mike looking at his wall.
I'm looking at my collection.
Where these would go.
I mean, honestly, they could do a Stormtrooper.
The Stormtroopers. I was going to say slam dunk Stormtrooper, no problem. I mean, honestly, any of the troopers. Biker Scout.
Moff Gideon.
Yep.
Get him back out. Balin's Skull. 4'10" version. Get back in there. I mean, any villain, really.
But also like they've done with the anniversary releases, like the 40th and 35th and so forth. You could do a standard box release in your new packaging, but then you could also release the character, like Enoch. You could have Enoch in this line packaging as well if people want to get it on this type of card.
You know what? I got it. They can do an episode 3 Anakin in normal packaging, and then they can do a Masters of Evil episode 3 Anakin
with the Sith eyes.
You'd have to call him Darth Vader, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
true.
Yes,
that'd be cool. Yeah.
I would.
So we figured it out.
I would invest in the line if they and again, this is just one of those things. I wish that we'd gotten more about this. If they'd said, "Yeah, this is a new Masters of Evil line that we've got coming out," kind of like entertainment agnostic, whatever. Like I would
entertainment agnostic Masters of Evil.
I would have liked more information on the one thing that we didn't get more information for.
Oh, and and I'm gonna, it may have been said in jest in the comments. Yeah, Reva.
Yeah,
Reva on the
any of the Inquisitors, honestly.
Any of the Inquisitors also.
Oh, I was just looking at the shelf. I was like, how did we not mention these yet? They could do Malgus.
Yep. Dark Side Ray.
Dark Side Ray, Darth Revan. Purge Troopers if they wanted to. I feel like they'd try to keep this more like. They could do troopers in this. I think troopers would look good in this.
Really. Any Imperial trooper.
I mean, this seems like a more sustainable way rather than waiting, because you could also then do, heroes line as well. To do an archive line that isn't as generic in the packaging, or do this retro card back style that isn't tied to an anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if they do heroes, they can make it blue or green.
And is era agnostic.
Yeah.
Look at that.
They could do Starkiller
in there.
Starkiller would be good in this.
Yeah, there's if you go look through all the different characters, there's tons of characters that can fit in here. And
so when is the Masters?
It makes sense when you look at it like that.
You know how they've got Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, George Lucas head sculpts. When is the Masters of Evil Kathleen Kennedy coming out?
No.
You're so funny.
I will not stand for that, even as a clearly intended.
I agree. Kathleen Kennedy is a saint.
I like Kathleen Kennedy. I think she's doing a fine job.
I want a 4-pack. I want a creator's 4-pack. Give me Filoni, Kennedy, Lucas. Give me all those.
Give me make the John Williams figure from
give us a cameo. Give us a Ralph McQuarrie.
Oh, that too? Yeah.
Do you think there's any background messaging with all the red here?
As demonic for sure.
Yeah, right. You think maybe something?
What is it saying to you? I think is the question we have to ask.
True.
It's
true.
Whatever it is, it's projection.
All right, let's move on to the last discussion topic we have, because this came so far out of left field the Walmart exclusive Balin skull, parentheses, mercenary, close parentheses, now includes cloak. Thoughts?
I have so many thoughts.
He
Are you doing ASMR? What's going on right now, Mike?
I'm
You
trying
seething?
to organize. I'm trying to organize my thoughts into something that I can say, that convey how I feel about this.
It lays good.
The cloak looks good.
The cloak.
Yeah.
I will say
the hood lays well.
so. Obviously, was it two episodes ago? I talked about how I just dropped a bunch of money
Last episode.
fix-
Yeah, literally
to
just last
fix
episode.
Balin and Shin, where they're now the right heights. They've got cloaks. They've got proper lightsaber colors and lengths of their blades. I put a lot of money and work into it. I don't think, at first I was like, oh my God, they fixed everything. I didn't think they would, and I'm so mad. But I genuinely don't think this fixes anything. And I feel like I'm okay still with what I did. But I went
Same.
through a period where I was a little bewildered, I guess.
Bothered?
It's just
Bothered.
it's kind of crappy practice because when you look at it, it's like, okay, maybe they fixed some things. Then you take a further look. These product photos are pre-running change, which if the running change happened during the last release, like in the middle of that release, we were having figures hit the shelves with orange blades. That means this was planned to release at the same time. Well, not like planned to release with it, but they were planning these releases at the same time. Like they knew they were releasing the cloak as they were releasing the version without the cloak. So hopefully this one has a running change with the orange blades. But the fact that these photos are pre-running change with red blades, it just seems kind of scummy that they were like, all right, let's release the version without the cloak. We know the height is so wrong. We're going to release it anyways. And then we're going to release Walmart exclusive. At least it's an exclusive. Like that's some silver lining, I guess.
I think this goes back to the communication issue. Is that it's fine if this thing has been planned for a year and has been. I mean, we just know. We know this was already in the agenda. We've already seen how Walmart has asked for delays in the release of things to coincide with their fan events or whatever they want to coincide it with, because don't they also have a fall fan event, and that may be when this is being saved for?
Probably. Yep.
Probably, yeah.
So I can certainly see that. What I have the concern with, just as far as a communications issue, is that they know that there was an issue and a perception, and the community all knows that this was wrong and has communicated that, and they know the community is disappointed. It's to drop this with zero clarification or going, hey, listen, we know it's still wrong. This was in the pipeline for all this time. This just, it is how it is. And we understand, like, there's no harm, no foul to be honest and upfront. What's worse is to say nothing and drop it out there. And I'm not blaming the Star Wars team for this. I want to make that absolutely clear, because it is not their decision to do things like this or not be able to talk about things like this. But from a corporate level, to just throw this out there and go, this is out, look, and we're not even going to talk about this with you. It just, here's this lump of coal we're putting in your stocking, is an odd choice and not a productive choice to having and establishing and maintaining trust with a community about these things, because the discourse is there whether they want it to be there or not. This goes back to every PR disaster in every field, in every way, is ignoring the problem doesn't make it not a problem.
Correct.
And not an issue or just a concern, because, this is a pretty big thing, and we don't know the chain of events that led to this scale issue being a thing that exists the way it does. But to drop this, it just it's a weird sort of thing to drop and let it sit there without any communication, not even a clarification.
And it's not even just the scale issue. Like the lightsaber not just the wrong color, it's the wrong length. Like it's too, there's no way you can look at Ahsoka and then look at this figure and be like, no, that lightsaber is as long as it should be.
Well, it's also like this would be easier to swallow because remember whenever they released that Ahsoka, the Mandalorian Ahsoka without the cloak, and then in the Amazon 3-pack they released the cloak. Like that's at least fine because at least the figure we got was one of the best figures they released that year.
Sure.
This figure, and then they released it again as the mainline of Ahsoka. But this figure, they missed on almost every aspect of the figure. The blade, wrong. The blade height, wrong. Blade color and height, wrong. Face sculpt, I feel like the photoreal is not the best. I feel like you have to kind of heat it up and squeeze it for it to be a lot better. I feel like his skin tone looks too doughy. Like there's no depth in there. Like the paint application is just not great in my opinion.
I mean, but that's the same thing about the shin. The shin has that same flat quality of like nothing applied to this beside the eyes.
Yeah.
But for modern Black Series figures, like I kind of expect better because they've shown they can do it. And I know, so I feel like these were super rushed. You know,
well, I mean, to contrast that with the Acolyte figures we just saw and how great the face sculpts are on those. And like these seem that whole wave seems just exist in a weird pocket. And I don't know if it was what was going on when those were initially in development, pandemic wise and lockdown wise and communication wise, that maybe there was just a lot of
they would have been in
balls
development from 2022 probably at this point, at least starting somewhere around there. Yeah.
So
I think you're right, Zach. If this had been a figure on par with Ahsoka, and they're just like, okay, here's a version with a cloak, we're sorry or whatever, I would have been a little miffed or whatever. But like, I'd be like, I love this character. I love Ray Stevenson. I love everything about this enough to buy it again with a cloak. I would have done it.
I agree.
Not happily, but I would have absolutely done it without question. I'm not buying this.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, the fact that the figure is a miss on almost every aspect is I'm not paying $24.99, or maybe this could be the Walmart exclusive price of $27.99, which is even more than the $24.99. So I'm not going to pay that just for this green robe, even though the green robe really.
Which weird is you couldn't even really buy it as just for the robe, because if you've done your height fix on Balin, it'll be a little short.
It'll be too short. Now I might buy this for the robe and put it on Shin because we did do the.
Please, we're getting mercenary Shin. We know we're getting mercenary Shin.
No, you're probably right. So I'll probably wait for that. But I did the Josh's custom capes, and people are right. Like his cloak color is wrong for Shin at the very least. So I definitely would want a new cloak for her. The only thing I don't like about these is they don't do wired robes, and I feel like that would just make it a lot better. That's the one thing I like about the ones I got from Josh's custom capes over this.
I mean, I will say the drape on these look good.
It does look
very good on that head.
Yeah.
The cloak does,
especially the hood. Especially the hood. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the cloak
and the material looks like it's a slightly heavier material than they.
Oh, so to me,
use.
I thought it looked thin. I thought you could.
Yeah, I kind of thought it looked thin. Also, I thought it was thin. But
I mean, I'm wondering if they tacked for the photos
probably
the hood when it drapes to the side, which you can do for your own.
I mean, we could
get it as well. So
it's weird because
we could ask Matt.
Like I don't know if you all see it too, but right here it looks thicker than it does in these pictures. I don't know if you all see that as well, or if I'm just crazy.
I think it's just the light coming through though, because there's no light coming through.
That makes sense. Right. Yeah,
like in package, it looks like he's one of the Fellowship.
Yeah, for sure.
I really digging the elven cloak that he's wearing.
I don't remember his cloak being green either.
I mean, it's also hard to, with lighting, on-set lighting and different lighting conditions, to ever peg unless you're standing in front of it yourself.
It could be one of those like
exactly
solo jacket type things where it's brown and blue and
this would be a question for Frederick Figures to say what was the cloak color.
Mm-hmm. Now and it's weird that they just pipelined this or showed off this and not Shin. Like there's no way they're like, is Shin going to be a Target exclusive? Maybe like, are they going to split them up?
Shin, though, for me, honestly, is the easier fix.
Yeah,
because I think the height, even if you don't adjust it, is fine enough. It's not as egregious as Balin.
Agreed.
And I think just a better wash and paint on the sculpt that exists for her would make her light years better. I mean, I have it the custom that I did, which was just cutting out the bangs a little bit. Here, see if I can.
Oh, let me make you bigger.
Yep. I'll do a little.
Oh, that's.
I mean, I like that, but sure.
Oh, yours looks really good with the.
So all I did was chop out the bangs a little bit, and that's me to make an adjustment. I just cut into the bangs to take out some little chunks. But then, yeah, that's just a wash in the hair and then the wash around the eyes. I just use wash, so it would blend a little better.
Well, it looks
that's all it is
for sure. Yeah.
But you can look at that's just a wash for the hair. How much better?
Brings out a lot more detail.
And that was all I did.
Yeah. All right.
So that's not getting, a 3D sculpt of a newly sculpted head. That is just the production figure. So it's there. The sculpt is there. If it was just had a little bit more paint app to it.
I mean, it's just a long line of figures where the sculpt is there, but it's the execution and the paint that let it down.
Yeah. Do you kind of think
first time Hasbro's done that?
Do you think that maybe they didn't announce the Balin on stream is because of the fan? They knew the fan reaction would just be.
But then they just putting it off by a day. It wasn't a live stream either, so. They could have done it on the thing. This just feels like a hold it for the next day because we need to have some stuff to announce on this second day.
Probably.
I could just see them sitting around a meeting room and be like, "All right, what are we revealing on stream?" And they're like, "We're not doing the Balin."
And also, they knew that this was just a repack. This isn't a big pipeline announcement And the same thing with that Masters of Evil set is a repack of stuff that was already known or exists.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's
so if you're going to save stuff back,
that Masters of Evil pack got announced and went up for pre-order within an hour.
Yeah, it got announced at like noon Eastern, and it went up for pre-order at like 1 Eastern.
Yeah,
like can we get people time to decide like what is going on?
This Balin's just like, there's a figure coming out.
Maybe they relied on like FOMO, like fear of missing out on the 3-pack. They're like, all right, let's announce it, and in an hour people will be like, oh, I got to pre-order so I don't miss out, and then
they cut it down to a 3-pack because of our podcast.
Yeah, they listened and they're like, ooh, those bastards. They got it.
Spoiled it.
But that also maybe speaks to me of sort of a telephone game of rumor that there's going to be a multi-pack coming out, but here are the first 5 figures of this new line that are also pipelined. So it's not a 5-pack, it's a 3-pack was the multi-pack. But the first 5 that we're working on include these other 2 that are not in this 3-pack.
I think that's so likely. I think that is probably spot on, honestly.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if in a month they announce a Darth Maul and Emperor 2-pack, or as solo releases, and the intel was just a little off.
I mean, the question is if this is going to be a retailer exclusive line, if this is going to be...
Hopefully, so it doesn't take up any mainline slots. I'm hoping they ship these to Amazon,
fan channel,
and Hasbro Pulse, Disney Shop, things like that.
I mean, it's clearly in collector incentivized packaging.
Yeah, for sure. I think they'd be smart to release a couple more figures in this card. I like the card. It seems nice, Black Series style. I'm digging it.
Oh, I dig the card a lot, honestly. And if it were online, I'd seriously consider getting these.
Ooh, and now we can
display.
Now we can be like, ooh, I got an unpunched one. Is yours punched or is yours unpunched? We can finally have these TVC boy chats.
Depends on how they come out of that box.
I'm gonna immediately punch all mine. So
yeah. So now this release makes a lot more sense. Get pissed.
Oh, the video of me unboxing this Darth Vader. So not only did I rip, of course, whenever you rip the card, that gets a lot of comments and it gets people going. but I put in a quick snippet of me taking the card, and I literally just ripped it in half for no reason, like totally unnecessary.
You're just a garbage person. What do you?
So totally unnecessary. And I know, Ken, it's funny because you take your little X-Acto blade and cut it out perfectly. I just literally ripped the card, and I think I have it here. I'm gonna grab it and show it off.
Monster, the monster.
I mean, it is kind of fun just ripping something open.
All right, so I ripped it into more pieces. Well, actually, this is just two. But yeah, I had a quick video snippet of me actually ripping the card right down Vader's mask, just to get people going in the comments, and I think it's gonna work. So
that's engagement right there.
Exactly. We'll see how it goes.
But is that the engagement you want?
Yeah, on TikTok it just drives views. So
can you put a teaser image for it with the big cartoon eyes, the big cartoon Sith eyes as your?
I'll do something. I'll make me ripping the card like the cover photo of the video.
Oh, you also have to drop in a photo of Mike doing the shocked open mouth, looking at you.
Yep.
So get a good thumbnail in there. All right, yeah, I'll try to do something. But I think that's probably going to do it, unless you all had anything else you wanted to bring up before we wrap up this episode of Black Series Cantina. Any last?
I just want to talk about this Pez dispenser.
Yeah, let's go for it.
This is why I walked away from eBay for quite a while. And I only have myself to blame for this. I saw this. I didn't know this existed at the time the Phantom Menace was released. But I came across it about a year and a half ago. So then I knew it existed. And it's sort of been one of those things where it's out there and you think about it often because it's just so weird. And you just want to add it to your collection for sheer novelty's sake. If you want to go full screen, I'll hold it up as get the big reveal. So I spent good money on this.
Oh, look at that. That is cool.
So I'll let you describe it. What is the scene that's represented in this Pez dispenser?
Oh, he's stealing some food from that weird alien. Tell him how much it costs or whatever.
His tongue is like 4 inches long, and
his tongue is fully extended out onto the table. Is it like Gree or what? I think her name is.
I don't remember, honestly.
The butcher.
He's supposed to be taking the thing hanging from the
which is hanging back there.
Yeah.
You see the two little free Pez packages back in the back. The batteries are dead. It's automated in some way. I don't know what the motion is for it. I have to replace the batteries.
Are you going to open it? Or are you going to leave it in the box then?
Oh, I have to see how this thing works. I mean, that's going to be a whole social media post for this thing.
Nice.
But yeah, so this, I finally went ahead and got this. And of course, advertised on the back from the same company.
Oh, the
would not surprise you.
That Jar Jar tongue.
The tongue.
Same company that did the Jar Jar tongue lollipop. Also did that.
Gross.
I love tongue kissing Jar Jar to get that sweet fruit flavor.
Also the Naboo fighter candy handler. What does that say? Candy handler.
Go bad?
I'm not gonna find out. That ain't worth it.
Modern Pez.
On stream. We'll find out on stream.
I'll leave that thing attached because that's bubbled. That's glued to the back. I'm not gonna. But yeah. So get them while you can before that theatrical re-release of Phantom Menace happens, and all of the Phantom Menace stuff that's been $1 shoots up in price as everyone's nostalgia hits hard. Now's your time. Get in ground floor.
We know now on May 4th you can see every Star Wars movie.
Got that Jar Jar cup topper that I gotta use along with it.
Yep.
Man, I love Star Wars, but I don't love sitting in the theater for 24 hours straight watching Star Wars. Love Star Wars.
Yeah, that seems kind of crazy. I would maybe just do the prequel trilogy, or like just the original trilogy, or go see maybe The Force Awakens on big screen. But I am not gonna sit through all 9 Skywalker saga films.
The only one I'm curious about, just because I want to contrast the experience, Not that I enjoy going to theaters anymore, just for a myriad of reasons.
Sure.
But I remember how disappointing the Phantom Menace experience was for me on that original release night in '99, just because obviously the expectations and my generation, but the appreciation I've come to have, or acceptance, I think is also a pretty good word for it, about that film, and knowing that it belongs to a whole other generation now who are adults who are going to be appreciating it in the same way that I went into the Star Wars special editions in the 90s to go see it and have that experience as an adult watching it. I'm curious to go and see it in that context and see how it feels to see it with an audience that knows what it is, it's established, and is excited and wanting to be there and experience it, and not have that the weird sort of response that a lot of my generation had going into it in '99. That's the unique thing that I would like to experience with that, for contrast.
Yeah.
And maybe just a bit of purging that original evening of processing that happened for me.
Did you only see it one time in theater when it came out?
Oh, yes.
I saw it, I think, 10 times in theater. But I was a junior in high school.
You could afford 10 times as a junior?
Kinda. I mean, like, my parents took me a bunch, and like went on a date with my girlfriend at the time. The film broke the first time we saw it on opening night. It broke right when Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon are like sneaking onto the ship to get down on Naboo. So like towards the beginning of the movie, it just broke, and like people went nuts. People went crazy. And my dad goes, "Man, this movie sucks." And I just remember hearing him say that and just feeling so dejected that my dad thought that this movie is supposed to be the greatest movie of all time in my life.
Yeah.
Sucked. And I was like, how could you say that? We're only like 10 minutes into the movie. It's so cool. Like,
that's awesome.
yeah.
Well, I think that's going to do it for us here on the Black Series Cantina podcast. I meet Hayden Christensen in 2 days, so I'm super excited about that. I'm glad
happy for you.
I am glad to report on that for the next Black Series Cantina episode. So everybody, be sure you tune in to hear
Mustafar.
That'll be a great fine addition.
Yes, I cannot wait. That'll be awesome. Ken, do you have any upcoming things you want to plug for our listening audience?
When does this go out? When does it drop?
In probably 2 days, probably.
Saturday.
Oh, well, they can tune in Tuesday evening, March 26th. I'm hosting a live trivia quiz show in support of Max Fun Drive. And We Got This, which is a show I produce with Hal Loveland and Mark Gagliardi from Thrilling Adventure Hour, Drunk History, Venture Brothers. But we have a guest list. I'm the trivia host, and we have John Hodgman and Travis McElroy and Teresa McElroy and special guests to be announced. And I'm the trivia master for that. So you can find that on the We Got This podcast channel on YouTube. And I just, Force 5, my Patreon, releasing those interviews. I have a Rene Auberjonois, if you're a Star Trek fan, or love Benson. The late Rene Auberjonois, he's there. He's also, you may not know this, one of the first actors to play Spider-Man / Peter Parker on the Spider-Man rock comic album released in 1971, and is a really great Peter Parker Spider-Man. So if you want to hear him perform that, that's on YouTube.
Nice looking dude. I can get that. I can get behind that.
So that interview from the archives out. Patrick Warburton coming soon. Holiday one with Doc Hammer that's available that you can either purchase or become a patron. There's a ton of stuff out there. And then just my YouTube channel, which hopefully people will subscribe to and take a look at if they haven't. So all that.
I've been on his YouTube channel.
Me too. I have as well.
You have been on there for a long, long time. We're going to have to do that 24-hour marathon. That's what we're building to.
That's it.
May the 4th. May the 4th. We're going to ring it in.
Start just the whole day. Start midnight to midnight.
Yep.
Well, you all have fun with that. I've been on your show once. Last time I was on your show, well, the only time I've been, you blue tacked the waffle to the Emperor's hand. Is that still on there?
I'm gonna guess
He's reaching for something. Look at that. That's amazing. I love it.
How could it not stay there? I mean, when you come across a display moment like that, it just fits so naturally.
That's beautiful. I love it.
Land Speeder Luke, call out to you. We need a scaled up waffle on a plate for the Black Series.
Amazing.
I believe you'll find this breakfast fully operational.
They don't ever give me enough syrup.
Mike, do you have any upcoming videos or anything you want to plug?
No, not at all. Not even a little bit, honestly.
And also, Zach, you have been invited numerous times to come on Open Chat. It's
true.
You're never available.
Okay. In my defense, for the listening audience, Ken invites me on Saturday at 3 p.m. Hey, can you go live at 8 p.m. or Friday night?
Day before.
Sometimes it's the same day. There was one time it was the same day at least. I've already got plans. So you gotta.
He's a popular guy.
You gotta get me. You gotta get me like a week in advance
too. It's just when the opportunity arises.
Well, sometimes it's hard getting out of like what the wife is planning for.
You two have a standing offer to come on. I'd love to have you on the show.
Yes.
I love
you determine when you're available, and I'll have you both on.
All right.
You let me know. You coordinate amongst yourselves and go, hey, here's our window of availability. When we're not out partying or going to conventions or just getting sick.
Like
true. That's what we like doing.
Let us on your show so we can talk more. Let's talk more. We're still going to have the big group, 50 people in a room, Dan, Robo, everyone. We're going to have to do that live stream. Maybe for the 4th, we all get together and just have a massive 50 people talking at once about all the things.
People jumping in, popping out.
That's a true Star Wars celebration. Do you know what it's about? It's about the community.
It is. I like that. That's a great idea.
So let's have fun.
That's a great idea.
And everyone chill the F out about all this stuff. Their shows, their toys, enjoy it. And stop yelling at people.
Yeah.
Give everybody like a 30-minute slot. Like Dan pops in for 30 minutes, and then Mike, and then Robo.
I'm gonna be there the whole time.
But I want the crossover. I want people to be able to hang. You know what? I think it's just an open door. Whoever wants to drop in for when they can drop in,
there you go.
Comes in, and then they go. If some people want to stay there the whole time, like Mike, he'll be there the whole time. Because you know what? He's got a point to prove. Yeah.
I do.
And a world record that does not exist and never will.
I can hang better than Robo. That's all.
It's because Robo's not good at email either. You can never lock down Robo for anything.
It's true. We barely got him on our podcast.
But you did. And your podcast is great. And I appreciate you two having me on it again. And hopefully it won't be another year.
Well, we still want to get you on at the same time as Dan.
Please shrink that awkward silence in the edit when I mentioned that.
In fact, I'm gonna slow it down so it's
make it longer. Yeah, make it actually add in saying, this is probably your last time.
Sure.
So be sure you follow Mike on Twitter at Mike Case. Subscribe to his YouTube channel, Mike Case.
I had an idea, and I'm just gonna run it by you guys. So I've gotten a lot of toys this year, and I was gonna do this, but I got sick. And it's really hard to make a video when you're sick. But I was thinking about just like making a monthly video of just toys I got that month, and just kind of talking about them as a group of toys, just kind of showing them off and playing with them. Not like probably a live stream, but like just more of like a regular kind of video. That's
probably easier than doing like a bunch in a week, because you can just schedule a time for once. Yeah. And you can just have it all grouped into like maybe a 30-minute.
And isn't that what YouTube is asking for, is longer content?
Longer content, yeah.
So basically it's just
down to watch
Mike's toy show.
Kinda. Yeah, like this month, this is what I got. Let's talk about it.
What I done got.
Yeah, what I done got.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Here's the key to any of this. Is that what you want to do?
Honestly, kinda.
Then do it.
Because it's exhausting knowing every time I get a new figure, like, oh, I should make a video about this. But if I just kind of make one video to cover it all, like towards the end of the month, like this is everything I got this month so far.
That's my problem with the open chats. Is I keep expecting I'm going to find the time or be able to do an open chat. So I'll leave things unopened because I gotta have stuff for the open chat.
And they
but
pile
then
up.
I have like this unopened, this unopened. These came. You got vintage collection, episode 1 toys. I got throwing those over there. Got that. Got that. I got the first appearance of Luke and Leia figure.
Just pregnant Padme.
All this stuff unopened because I'm like, I should save this for an open chat. You know what? They're toys. Have fun with them.
Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes you don't even have to open them on YouTube.
That's
you can just
one of those things that got me like, you know what? You don't have to make it a thing. You can just open your toy and play with it.
Yeah.
99% of people, that's how they do it.
Maybe it's just taking a picture of it after you've opened it and sharing it on Instagram.
Yeah.
Well, the cool thing about PFP was you could open it when you got it, and then you could just pretend like you opened it on screen.
That's true.
Then you can have fun. Then you can get like fishing line. Just hang your Nightcrawler figure from it. Have fun.
Man, I want to get all of those X-Men 97 figures, but
I'm slowly being pulled into it because I love Nightcrawler. I love some of these figures.
Yeah. All right. Before we start talking about X-Men 97, we got to wrap the podcast. We're at 4 hours now.
He could be on a Masters of Evil. He could be on any of the lines. Look, he's part of the Imperial Senate.
There we go. Perfect. He looks
Kurt
like Thrawn's cousin or something.
Yeah.
So here's the closing plugs. We're closing the plugs, and that's the... We have to do the closing plugs.
I got to go. Yeah.
I have work in the morning, and it's midnight.
Yeah.
So please subscribe to our Patreon. If you want to support the show, we would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Leave a review if you cannot financially support us. You can also buy some new merch with our new logo, which looks really awesome. I have a long sleeve t-shirt on the way, which hopefully I'll be sporting next podcast if it arrives in time. Follow us on Twitter at TBS Cantina. Join the Facebook group. It's a great conversation in there all the time. That's just Black Series Cantina on Facebook. Send us an email if you come across an article or anything we should cover on the show. That's blackseriescantina@gmail.com. You can follow us on all the socials that we have. Black Series Cantina everywhere. Mike Case everywhere.
Yep.
So we'll be back in 2 weeks for episode 68. I will gladly report on the Hayden Christian autograph, and we'll see you next time.
Bye. Eat it.
Mothers.